Oh, I guess that just works. Let's see if... Okay, okay. Something's live. Yeah, something is live, okay. Chat rates, concurrent. Okay, so can I just change the name, please? Coding stream. What did I title it on Twitch? It's not a game engine stream, so if anyone's coming on YouTube, it is not a game engine stream. But I don't know. I don't think anyone's coming in that fast. Writing parser. Yeah, we'll bring that over. And then let's edit the... Yeah, we don't need timestamps or anything right now. I think all those socials are still valid, although Pong, I don't know. From before the stream, a lot of comments. Yeah, we'll get rid of all that. Okay, I think that is good for YouTube. Alright, so I'm streaming on YouTube too. Hopefully you should be able to see the messages on there. Actually, let me check that too and make sure it's working. Okay, it's like YouTube and Twitch are both good, so that's fine. Alright, well, I'll see if anyone rolls on YouTube. I can check if the messages work. Alright, back to coding. Where's the chat? There it is. Okay. Literal expression, identifier expression. So yeah, we just print the token. The node, yeah, we just print up the list index. Yeah, there we go. Just print it directly. This one will just basically just route it. That's all it does. Did it do any modifications? It didn't. Good. Yeah, print parameter is pretty simple. Print parameter type. Hopefully that's good enough for people to see. I believe I'm streaming at 1080p. Yeah, I don't know. Print parameter, print statement. Okay, let's just try it. Let's see what happens. Parameter body statements. Okay, so looks like nothing happened. Oh, probably because the file that I'm messing with is does cat work on here? I forget. Yeah, it does. Good on Windows. Yeah, it's just a binary expression right here, so that's why I didn't print or anything. Let's add some like literal expressions. B and 23. See if those even parse actually. Okay, clear. Okay, we do have 3 body statements, but still nothing. It's kind of annoying, but it did recognize 3 and it didn't fail to tokenize or parse, so that's always So he's hopeful. So I guess maybe it reached here and it didn't match anything. So if that's the case, let's just make sure of that. Reached the print expression. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, we didn't call print expression. Oh, what? Wait, what? Didn't I already confirm this earlier? Print statement? Print statement. It's weird. Good, the AI's catching on to my crappy comments. What? Wait, no, it was working just now. What's going on? Oh, wait, no, I get what's going on. I think it's just failing. And I can confirm that right here, actually. Yeah, no, it's just failing, never mind. Because if I try and, I'm assuming if I print it here, it's going to work. Yeah, something's just failing. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, printf doesn't really tell you. Okay, that actually gives me a little bit of confidence, because that means that it must have actually reached this. Actually, I could, there's a way I could check that too. Let me just move this up. And do this. That will confirm that for me. Yeah, okay. So that just means somewhere in this print thing, something's just messed up. Well, binary's not even being written out right now, so let's ignore that for a second. Let's ignore this too for now. It'll just not print anything. Print indent. Let's actually ignore this too and just see if it continues, so I can make sure this is. I mean, I'm like pretty sure that's the issue. What? I did not expect that. Wait, I actually really did not expect that. Hold on. What? Comment this out. What? Okay. Okay, now that works. So maybe the switch on the expression type failed? Because... What? Printf the expression. Yeah, sure. Give me that. Let's be safe, but put the new line. Yeah, let's uncomment this. Or is it gonna... Okay, I forget now. But it's okay. Let's do this. We'll comment out all this. Okay. Comment all this out. Binary operation. Okay, please work, yeah? Oh, something's just failing there. Like the expression type isn't being loaded in. Or maybe... Yeah, we must be crashing. Wait. Expression index, that's fine. Is this the correct expression index? That's actually a good question. State expression. We have the statement. It's a union of, yeah, expression. Are we loading in this expression index correctly? That's something I might like to know. Let's check that. Printf. What is the expression index? Expression index. Yeah, do that for me. Thank you. See, that's what I love the AI for. Right, I don't feel like thinking. Just do it, please. Okay, yeah, no, this is just garbage numbers. So that explains some things. Why are we getting garbage expression indexes? Probably because we're not loading them in. Might be a good guess. Parse expression statement, I think is where we need to start. Okay, now the question is, whose responsibility is it to load the expression type? Add statement, it's just the allocation. Statement expression. Yeah, that's fair. I guess it's the expression itself's responsibility to load its own type. So we get the expression. Yeah, we add the expression. Allocate result.index. What does index mean? No, it is expression index. Wait, what am I checking again? Kind of got lost for a second. The expression index is the actual index into the array. Yeah, so where are we loading that in? Where are we storing that? We create it and store it here. Oh, not the expression statement. Add expression, that should generate an expression index. So one of these .index should store it in the result. Okay. Do we use the allocate anywhere else? No. Now result.expression index. Do we use that anywhere else? Yeah, that's something else. Oh, okay. So then are we failing to store it properly when we get back to the expression statement? That's the question. We parse the expression. Oh, I think we are. I think we're failing to store it here because I forgot to. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense to do here. State expression. Yeah, the statement. Its expression index should be that. So that would explain that. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, these are more sane indexes. Good. Alright, let's try this again. Print definition. I'm like, where was I at? Okay, I think I was here. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see if we hit these cases now. Reached a binary operation, identifier literal. Yes, okay, so that's what we want because we had a binary, we had a identifier, and we had a literal. Perfect. Cool. Alright, good. Not all of my code is trash, just some of it. It's a good feeling. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, we do want to be this specific about what type of expression directly here, since this statement thing just resolves directly into this. Yeah, I'm not gonna list that. So let's get rid of this now. Let's not do the binary expressions yet. I just want to see the other ones, the other two work for now. Okay, let's see. Since they're simpler to look at. Is that right? Well, these indexes are definitely off. Yeah, it should be identifier 1 and I don't know how that happened. Is it because they're passing in the list index, but they've been incremented twice for some reason? Who incremented them twice? Don't tell me it was me. Print statements. We're passing the list index directly in. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we print in the statement, and then we directly pass in the list index. Unless I'm passing it in the wrong order, that could be the issue. But no, that's... No, yeah, that's good. List index, indent level, literal expression, identifier expression. Oh, no, I'm dumb. Never mind. It's because I didn't print out the first one. Okay. I was like, what? Okay. So let's undo this. Yeah, I don't know what the AI is doing with this, but let's see. And let's be clear. Print literal token. Okay, no. See, trying to follow a pattern. Yeah, I know. I would put this, but it's not +2, it's +1 for these. We would print each expression +1 indent level. Yeah, let me just see how this looks. This is a standard node for an operator. Expression. Yeah, let's see how that looks. I feel like it's gonna look really terrible, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, yeah, no, that's horrible, but I mean, we're getting there, I think. So what's happening? We have the print statement, and we have list1. I think it's a literal. For some reason, the operator is the same index. That makes no sense. Yeah. Yeah, this makes no sense. Binary operation. Yeah, I guess it depends on the outer context, right? Whether it's part of a list or not. Because that 1, 2, 3 makes sense there, but the how do I resolve this? It's just a mess. Yeah, I think it needs to depend on the outside context for some of this printing, rather than being injected into it, or rather than just being printed directly from the function. Let's see. Yeah, this just looks so clean right here in comparison. Okay, so yeah, I guess these expressions could either be a terminal node or a list node, but it just depends on the outside context. So I need to figure out a way to like inject that, I guess. I mean, I suppose one way to do it would be to like maybe pass in like a invalid index. So messy, but I really don't care right now, to be honest. Type def. And I know C is backwards with this type defs, right? So it's like size T. And then you put like a list index. Hash fine. List index is size T -1. Yep. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. So list index. There we go. Yeah, let's just go back. Go through. Thank you, AI. This is where the AI is super helpful. Okay. Okay, and now how about this? So instead of printing it as a node every single time, we'll do a check. So we'll say if list index is, yeah, there we go. We have this little switch thing, or a little thing. So it's a standard node if it's like standalone, but it's a list node if it has a valid index. Then we'll do that for this as well. That looks fine to me. Print list node, print standard node. Yeah, I would wrap that into another function if I could, but yeah, I might actually wrap that into another function in a minute. But I think that should solve the coloring issue now that I think about it. Or maybe not, I guess. The operator is still a standard node. Did I not save it or something? I did. Okay. The standard node, if it comes in with a list index, like the binary expression. Oh, wait. No, I get it. Yeah. Where's the print expression part of this? Yeah. Yeah, just pass in invalid list index. That's how. Because yeah, in this context, you're not part of the list anymore. You're a single operand. Yeah, that depends on what. Okay, no, yeah, that's good. Okay, let's try it again. There we go. The indentation's still a little broken, I think. Wait, actually, is it fine? This one's fine right here. This one has literal. Probably have to rename this bit right here, literal expression. Or not rename it, but put something to delineate the left hand and right hand side, and then the operator. Yeah. Yeah, because this has parameter 1, parameter 2, and then like I think return type is just that. So oh yeah, we just need to print something along with this. My bad. That shouldn't be that hard. I think it's operator. Print standard node, and then left hand operand. It doesn't replace it. Don't do that. No. Right hand operand. Wait, how's this working? So we have print new line. Okay, space it out. So, and then print binary header, and then we do left operator right hand. Oh hey Blunder, how's it going, man? Yeah, I haven't been streaming. I think the past few weeks anyway, so I don't think you I don't think you missed much. But yeah, how's it going, man? How you doing? Let's see. Yeah, do I want to indent here? I don't do this. The AI just be trying to replace things for some reason. There we go. Okay, so let's do print operator. Expression, not token. Nice try. Is it going kind of bad right now? Is it like real life stuff or coding or? Sorry to hear that, man. I got you. Damn. Well, I mean, feel free to chill out right here, you know? Vibe, you know? I feel it, you know? Real life, you know, stuff. Kind of the reason why I haven't been streaming too. It's just dealing with stuff, you know? Let me see if this prints out correctly, though. Let me see. I don't know why it tabs like that. It's weird. Is that how I want it to be? Because like right here I have like name and then token and then all the information. What is this tab here? Oh, I must have hand added a something to the expression to add this part. Yeah. See, I hope so. I also haven't continued on my own game engine. Well, again, man. I hope it, you know, it's a little better. You know. I also haven't continued on my own game engine since February. I started a small side project and wanted to return to my game engine already, but stuff happened and things have changed. Oh, okay. Is the side project kind of like is it like super different from the game engine? I need to figure out how to get rid of this part, this bit right here. Literal expression. It must be print indent standard node print expression. There's something going on in here. It's indenting. Oh yeah, you know what? Do I want to get rid of the initial indent? That's a good question. Maybe if I do it like this and get rid of the initial indent. I mean, I guess feasibly you could. I don't know actually. Should these all be like the same line? Left-hand operator, name. I feel like if it just resolves into one token, it should just read left or right. But then if it needs to go into tree structure, it'd be like a different thing. I don't know. Hey, sorry, I went away for a few seconds. There might be an EAS notification. Oh, for sure, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I think I just asked like about the side project. Like, is it close to like the game engine, or like similar topic, or completely different? How do I? I don't know how I want to deal with the spacing with this. Left hand operation, because if you expand it into an expression, no, actually, you know what? I think a literal expression should probably just resolve directly, like the identifier. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think the literal expression should resolve directly, like this, right? But anything with like a binary or anything that's like not like an inline thing should expand out like this. So since this is a literal expression, we should get rid of this first part and move it higher up in the chain. So we'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of this. We'll see how that affects things. Okay, that's good. That just breaks this now, which I'm actually kind of fine with. That means I just need to move it up higher in the chain. Yeah, the side project I started is a voxel game, just like my MC clone, but cubic chunks and third person, and its own framework and editor for non-voxel assets. Oh, okay. So like you went directly into like trying to write something instead of the engine. I feel that. Okay. Well. What is it called? Have you been posting about it, or you just been like coding it like in your own time? I want to make a Devil May Cry inspired hash and slash game in a cubic chunk. Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. Is it like I mean cubic chunk? I don't know if I know the term super well. Cubic chunk. Vertical chunk limit, placing it with 16 by 16 by 16. I'm assuming that's just a Minecraft thing. Cubic chunk games. Open cubic chunk mod for no. So what is the distinction? Like what does cubic chunk mean? Because I had an idea of a game that was like voxel based, and it kind of had like a what is it called? It was like an action RPG, but it had like a kind of a voxel rendering thing. I forget the name of the game though, but I saw it. It was pretty cool. My inspiration was the project of I Go by lots of names. Oh yeah, I know that guy. Yeah. I want to make a third-person combat game instead of a generic first-person game. Yeah, I feel you. Like I feel like there's definitely something there in the third-person combat, especially if you can kind of get like your own little spin on it. I feel like nowadays it is very like, I guess everyone compares them to like Dark Souls nowadays, right? If anything has third-person combat, they just immediately say Dark Souls, Souls-like, right? But I feel like there's like a lot of room for experimentation. Okay, wait, how do I see if this is broken though? Like, wait. If I have my body statements, this has this first one here for the binary operation. The binary operation should always be on a different line. Actually, oh wait, actually, no, wait, hold on. I think I have an idea. Okay, so if it is part of a list, then put it here. If it's not part of a list, then we'll put it in line. There we go. Let's see if that solves the problem. I'm just working on pretty printing. I'm trying to make it like cohesive. Okay, that fixed that one, but the identifier still broken? Why is the identifier still broken? Oh, I put in the wrong one. Clear. Hold up. Why is the identifier still broken? Why did it print it twice? I get why I printed it here, but why? What? Okay, that's confusing. I don't know. I guess I'll see. Also, cubic chunks is like Minecraft, but chunks are cubes instead of columns. Oh, okay. I understand. Like, yeah, think 16 by 16 by 16 or 32 by 32 by 32. And chunks also go for the third dimension. Instead of only X and Z. Yeah, okay, no, I got you. Right, like you can actually segment the world into like distinct cubes instead of the chunks that go all the way from bottom to top. And I feel you. Oh, also, I just realized why that's broken. What am I doing, man? I moved the wrong indent over. Okay, this is a standard node. This is a list node. Good. It's being clumsy. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Oh, I was getting a headache. Let's see. Maybe adding a little space here too would be nice. It's probably a responsibility of this bit. Actually, whose responsibility is that? Why is the standard node not doing that? I just thought about that. Wait. Whose responsibility is it to add that space? Oh, I had the space before token. Yeah, no, it should be after all of these. That makes way more sense. I don't know why I did that. Okay, there we go. So basically infinite worlds in all directions and no height limit. Right. Okay, sure. Yeah, that'd be cool. Do you have any inspirations for the like action portion of the game? Are there any games that you have like had in mind? Similar like combat and stuff? Actually, do I like the spacing? I guess I do. I could just not do the spacing. That might actually be even easier to read. Let's try that. You know what? Yeah, I like that actually. What's up with the spacing here, though? Why is there 2 spaces after token? Yeah, just put it directly after. It's fine. Do I like that? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this part anyways, but it doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, but here we go. This is good. What I wanted from this was I wanted to make sure that if it did resolve down directly to one thing, it's all in one line. But if it does become more complicated, it can like break apart. That was like my main thing. Okay. I don't know about the combat system. I'll try to develop AABB equivalent of physics stuff like traces or collisions between entities. And then I'll figure out the combat as I go. Okay, for sure. So stuff like how locking onto enemies will work or how the character moves while attacking and more stuff. Yeah, I guess it really, like, you got to figure out what your physics is going to look like first. That makes sense. Okay, well, let me know how that goes, how the progress goes with it. Are you using a lot of stuff from your engine? Like, are you kind of like pulling it over and just reusing it, or are you like using like a framework or whatever. Oh no, actually, yeah, I think you said that before. But then the third person and its own framework editor. Oh yeah, you said it's straight up its own framework. Okay. Oh, it has non-voxel assets. I didn't see that. Okay. I suppose that makes sense. I think Minecraft has that too, right? Or if not itself, I know the mods definitely do. Yeah, I kind of wanted to like make like an action game too, but I just know it's yeah, it's a lot of work getting it to like feel right. So I wasn't sure if like the ultimate game that I wanted was going to use like a particular type of physics, or like, I don't know. I guess I'll see like during development. But yeah, I don't think I was focused on that like route like you are right now. Let's see. Okay, I think this is good though. I think this is good. So this is exactly what I wanted. Now you can basically have like statements. It shows directly, it's a binary operation for the first expression. I didn't want to have like nested nodes where it was like oh, it's a statement, then it's a statement expression, then it's a expression type, then you get a binary operator expression. I wanted you to have directly the expression printed here. So this is perfect. And then left hand operand, literal expression, and then it resolves this token. And the operator resolves to this token, and then the right hand resolves to this token. Perfect. And then these list here. Okay, let's try some long expressions. Let's see what that looks like. So we'll do b plus a times c minus, oh well, there's no c, but I don't have any I don't have any type checking yet, so I think it's fine. Yeah, it should parse that as a literal. Okay, let's try that. Oh, okay. Okay, failed to parse right hand operator. Well, good thing we check these things. One thing though, making combats combos will be super fun. It's basically just a tree which I can construct using code to build the moveset tree. Then code itself can play the current move. Okay. Yeah, and then you can do it more in like a code-based fashion, so you can iterate faster. I feel that. Play the current move. I have experience with making combat systems in Unreal, so I can easily make combat action games in my engine. And even for voxel games, I can make combat too after I make physics work. Okay. For sure, let's go. Yeah, I remember like, I remember seeing, I don't remember if I saw your code or whatever, but I remember it did feel kind of like Unreal, like I don't know. There's another dev that I think follows me on Twitch, or I follow him too. What is it? I'm in his Discord. I just can't. The name is evading me. I think it's Doctor something. I don't know, but yeah, he writes his own engine, and his is like super inspired by Unreal. You can kind of tell the way he like codes and everything. But yeah, he made a lot of progress too. It was really cool. Failed to parse right hand operand for operator at index 26. By the way, after a long time, I managed to get the skeletal animations working. Oh yeah, were you telling me about that before? The skeletal animations? I feel like I remember that, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I remember you were working on a system like that. Okay, what is going on here? Hold up. Failed to parse right-hand operand for operator at index 26. Why? Why did it fail to parse the right one? Let's try like a simple triple, I guess. So maybe I got a little too greedy. Yeah, let's do like, I mean, I'm really not doing semantic analysis, but maybe I should try. I don't know. So there we go. Let's do that. Well, wait, that worked. What? Okay, well, that's obviously a bug right there. Okay, so yeah, this is the fourth one in that list of these. That's fine. Okay, and then in this one we have a left-hand operator literal expression. It's fine, operator. And then the right-hand operator we have the binary expression. Now what's going on here? We're not adding a new indented line here for some reason. Okay, I think I get why. Hold up. So I think it's and then I gotta figure that out. I don't know. So honestly, for my voxel game, I want to wait until my game engine also has animation notifies before trying to implement skills animations, meshes and animations in my voxel engine. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, if it's like an underlying system or something that will help it, it's fair enough. Okay. Well, again, let me know how the progress goes. I mean, it seems like you've been like getting through it, yeah. Print new line. Okay, I gotta figure out what's wrong with this though. This voxel game is its own engine with a framework for non-voxel assets, which can be later expanded to modding tools. Okay. Right. Like you can provide the tools, and people can like add some stuff. I feel it. Yeah, that whole like area of like trying to make sure that your code is open enough where you can provide assets and then provide like, some form of logic for mods. It's always interesting. With operate. Okay, wait. Hold on. I gotta, as they say, lock in for a second. I think so. This is just printing out a token. That's why this one is simple. Does this always give a new line? I think so. We do always want to move the indent level in for these types of things. This is a standard node. Wait, what was the issue with this? Like, what didn't look right? It was the fact that we had this beginning of the binary operation expression that didn't have something. Maybe this bit should go right here. Maybe that was the problem. Let me see. Is that right? So we have expression little. So the way I kind of have this color coding working, it kind of gets all mixed in. Maybe I should do something else with this. But it's kind of like if you have a list, the list head is this color, and then the list nodes are like orange, right? And then if it's a terminal node, as in like it should just resolve to one thing, then it's green. This is interesting though, because it's like it's not necessarily a list, but it's like a what do you call it? It's like a specific option, I guess. Like it's either like a name or like a type, like one or the other, kind of like a struct. So maybe that should have its own like color to be distinct, right? Yeah, because this just resolves directly down. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I call the name of the voxel game as voxel slash, but I may change it in the future though. But for now, voxel slash for sure. No, I like it. It's kind of concise. It's got a ring to it. You know, there was this game on let me see if I can pull up my Steam real quick. There was this demo game I was playing recently. I sunk like a bunch of hours into it. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's like an action game. Let me see if I can find it though. Oh yeah, Sword Hero. Yeah, Sword Hero. Yeah, you ever seen this one? It was pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. The graphics feel kind of like PS2 era, so they're a bit different, but the gameplay was pretty fun. They have like limb-based physics, so like you can chop people's arms off and stuff and fight with your stub. I think it was made by one guy too, so it was pretty chill. But yeah, I sunk a few hours into that one. How do I get this? This one goes over, then this one. Yeah, you should check out Devil May Cry or Metal Gear Rising. I have played Devil May Cry. I played that when I was a kid, actually, on like the what was it? Was it PS2? That was way back then. But I feel you. I feel you. Actually, I feel like the combat might be kind of similar to the game I was just talking about, like to Devil May Cry. Except, you know, like the limb-based thing, you know, that's different. But the actual like attacking and everything. Well, actually, you know, I guess that one's more Souls-like. Devil May Cry is more like, yeah. I guess they're just more similar in just the fact that they're more like action, you know, combat games. Now that I really think about it. You know what? That does make me feel like I should go back through my old game library and play some games. Yeah, should there be a unique color for this? I feel like that might be useful. Then what did this become though? A literal expression. Yeah, this is more of like a terminal thing actually. Should it be red then? But then it'll... me see. Yeah, maybe that is a good distinction. So like a literal expression is is only ever going to be like a single value. It's going to resolve to a token basically, right? But well, I mean, I guess this yeah, maybe I'm mixing semantics, I don't know. As for the 2000 engine, mind you, there's only one thing left to do before I can declare the engine as being in an alpha state, fixing the bullet physics implementation so I can move the sweep. After that, the engine is in alpha state and all the fundamentals have been implemented, and from here on, it's all easy features. Okay, for sure. Hey, let's go. For sure. Let's see. Yeah, you went with bullet physics. I'm trying to think of. Oh yeah, I don't think I ever went into like 3D. No, yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah. Nice. Are you? I'm trying to remember. Did you plan on like open sourcing it or the code base, or are you keeping it like closed source for now? I've been kind of changing my opinion about that type of thing recently, so I was just wondering. Okay, and you know, actually, I guess the semantics of this is fine. I guess the color just represents like in what location. So if I just make it so that this is a struct kind of thing, like if it's blue is a struct, then I think that's fine, honestly. I wonder what I would call that. I need to find a good color for that too. Oh, where did it go? Wait, let me look at this real quick. I think in the future I will open source. For now though, it is closed source. Yeah, I kind of feel you though. Like this language that I'm working on, like the engine note that I had it in like, you know, open source, whatever. But I kind of feel more strongly about this language that I'm working on. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to close source it. And I might take it a little bit more seriously with like what the rollout for the open source will be. I eventually do want people to get access to it, but I don't want it. I don't know. I don't want to have like the what is the word? I don't want to say scrutiny. I think like that's the wrong word. But I want to like be able to develop it without having like a lot of like ideas being like thrown in. Yeah. Especially when I want the 2000 engine to be my engine, whereas my microphone and voxel slash I want to belong to the community. Oh, okay, interesting. I would have intuitively thought the opposite. Like the engine would be open source, and then the games would be like more closed source. Let's see. Okay, let me find another color for this though. Okay, I think this is not standard node. I think terminal node. I think that's a better word for it. And then we'll see what errors pop up. Usage of it, yeah, fix it. Yeah. Oh, I see. Really not going to help me at all. normal people like us don't have any marketing abilities, so likely nobody will interact with the open repo, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, I guess if the assumption is no one's really gonna like mess with it or whatever, or what is the word, like it's not really gonna like pick up any like community traction, then it's like whatever. That's fair, yeah. Let's see. Oh, how's it going, Zaku? Can you see the chat in the YouTube? Let me see. Okay, yeah, but both of you guys, okay, you should be able to see it in the thing. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's good. I open repos just to put them on my resume. Fair. So is it like code by default? Is it like private by default? And then the resume ones like go up. I guess I just haven't put that much thought into it, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I guess I just felt like a little stronger about like my new idea for the language. So, this is more. I mean, I am using. I remember you said to use what was it? Like I am generating the AST. I know like there is like a distinction between like what is it called? What is it called? Like the parse tree and the AST. But since we're doing like you said, like do precedence climbing, it just generates the AST directly, or like in a format that's more like AST like. So yeah, I'm in the parsing phase, and it's generating the AST. Did my last message get to you? I didn't see it on stream. Maybe not. I don't know. Especially was the last thing you said, especially when I want the 2000 engine to be my own engine. Was that your last message? Print F parsing. Yeah, I'm just printing it out so I can see it, you know. I can verify it's like working. Pretty printing. Yeah, so like the actual data structure I can kind of show you. Where is the data structure? So the Lexer produces like a token list. There's always like, I just call it Lex result, but yeah, not injected, just the data. Or this part is the produced data. It's just a list of tokens. Then the parser produces the parse result. It has like parse storage. For right now, I'm just doing malloc and free because I'm not even bothering with but I'm just doing like these like contiguous lists basically. So I have one for like definitions, statements, expressions, parameters. I have two expressions. Oh no, I copied and pasted that. Let me fix that. And then basically what I do is I just store indexes into these lists for the actual tree itself. I basically commented about how I made a 5 nights at Freddy's experiment in January, and even made a small devlog. Oh, for sure. Did you use your engine? Or you kind of just like did a similar thing to what you're doing right now with the voxel thing? Yeah, I'll check it later, Blonder. Take a look. But yeah, it's basically the tree structure is the indices. But yeah, I'm just trying to pretty print it right now. I'm trying to fix this issue I'm having. What was the issue? Oh, it was just a coloring thing actually. So I can kind of show you where I was at with it. Let me see. Yeah, so right now we just have definitions. Couldn't think of a name. And right now it's just functions. So I'm just working on the functions right now. And currently I'm trying to get like expression parsing working. I'm using Pratt parsing. I don't think it really matters. I'm just trying to get it working, you know. I'm just doing the infix like in between parsing at the moment. And I was trying to figure out the coloring for this bit. I think these ones lead to like a terminal index, and I wanted to have like a specific color for like kind of like struct stuff. It literally doesn't matter. It's just for my own eyes because this wall of green was kind of hurting me. So that's all I'm doing right now. I think eventually when I kind of bootstrap the language, like this is all going to be like replaced code. I have so many like, I feel like opinions about this code that I'm writing that I want to like change once it's bootstrapped. So we'll see. Terminal node. So terminal node is fine. And then let's see, void print. What do I call it? Struct node? Struct field node? I don't know, honestly. Oh, whatever. It's gonna be a different color. I think I want a blue, so let's go find that. You should watch it at some point too. Though be careful, I speak with my actual voice and it's kind of cringe. I mean, I feel like the only person who, like, I don't know, like when you make your own video, I feel like you always feel like your own voice is like cringe, you know? That's how I felt about my video. But I wouldn't worry about it. Also, the video wasn't scripted, which was a bad idea because it turned out cringier. I mean, yeah. That's what it is. But for sure, yeah, I'll take a look. Let me see. How do I fix this one? Oh yeah, I gotta think of like what color to use. Let me go find my... I had like a color picker website open. The human skull distorts your voice, so it always sounds weird on recordings. Too high or too voice. Oh yeah, I think I heard something like that, Zaka, before. Yeah, like it messes with your. Yeah, it always sounds weird. Yeah, I feel like for me, every time I hear my voice, it always sounds like, I guess when I'm talking, it sounds deeper, but then when I hear it in recordings, it sounds like lighter. And then I can always hear all the extra. What are the word? What is that called? The filler words I add. You know. So annoying. Also, why do I call it an experiment? Because I use C and Vulkan, and I wanted to see how it feels to write sprite renderer. Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in learning, you know? That's how I feel. Where is the... Where is the color option? Oh, it's probably because I was looking at the color option before the day changed. Okay, there it is. Wait, Figma. Okay, I'll just Google it, whatever. Color palette. Oh yeah, it was Color Hunt. That's what I was looking at. I think probably like a brighter blue would be nice. Oh yeah, I forgot, I just copies it like that. Token? Terminal hash define. This one shouldn't be called standard. I think it's going to be called color. Yeah, I think terminal. Like that. Yeah, there we go. And then this one's called field node. Or maybe just field without the node part. That's fine, I guess. I don't know what to call this. I don't really want to spend too much time thinking about the names. Yeah, there you go. Print it out. We do want the same sort of formatting. Maybe there's some extra indication I could add to this that might be helpful, but honestly, whatever. Color's probably good enough. Okay, let's go find everywhere where we have like a specific thing, I guess. So print list node. Print terminal node. Yeah, because this is like an intermediate. So that's fine. Print terminal node. Yeah, it's either a list or a terminal node in this case. Wait, what does it look like again? Let me see this pretty printing again. So something like this part is what I want. Yeah, this part. Also, this part being like this is maybe not super helpful. Maybe that shouldn't be inline. Yeah, that should be like making more of a tree structure. I'll look into that. But definitely this part. Print struct field. I don't want AI replacing this. Leave me alone for a bit, AI. Yeah. Okay, well, you can do that one, I guess. But don't try to change everything. This is a good candidate. That's a good candidate. Parameters is not. Body statements, nope, that's relative. Return type. Yeah, no, that is. And then we could just put space there. That's fine. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, now that I'm looking at this, this needs to be on this line. That's why it looked messed up before. But other than that, it looks fine. Yeah, because this one is a list. What is that? Yeah, okay. It's not finished yet because I obviously don't have the entire map and trying 3D models. Yeah, you were mentioning before. And I honestly didn't continue it since the video to begin with because I have been busy with other stuff. I got you. Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, this is that operand, and then this only ever evaluates to one thing, so there you go. Actually, is this literal expression even useful to see? Oh, that's a good question. No, you know, whatever. I don't know. I just want to make sure this part is easy to read. That's what I'm trying to. Because right after I get this pretty printing, I'm gonna add infix, not infix, the prefix and the prefix operators to the parsing. And I want to make sure the pretty printing is good. Is FN a literal? I think currently it is. Oh no, a literal? No, it's it's a keyword, or it's classified as a keyword. Okay, I feel like binary operation is one of the locations where it's okay to move it to a new line. That just makes sense, right? Yeah. So maybe let's enforce that. So we would print it like that. Yeah, you know what? Let's just always do this for this case. And then we add a new line here. And then we'll comment this out for a second and see what that looks like. The hell? Oh, it's trying to print, but it doesn't have anything to. Oh yeah, because it's being called with the max value. Oh yeah. Okay, I got you. Oh wait. No, this actually is fine. It's this part that needs to be done regardless. That was the only problem. So we print, and then we want that bit up top like this, and then indent level +1, right? Right, wait, okay, so we're at the point where let me see. So we're at the point where we're here, right? Yeah, you never want it to be on the same line. So you always want to move to the next line in every case. You always want to tab it over to the correct location. So that part's fine. And then you always want a second new line for your other operands. So we want new line, then indent, and then print another new line. And then you start with this +1 indent. And then I might have to do like +1 or +2 depending on the context, we'll see. But it should just be 0 and 1, I believe. Okay, but now we added an extra new line for some reason, but at the very least, oh, maybe in this case we don't want to. That's actually kind of fair. So in the case of this one, we don't want to do it. We want to print. We want to do this bit just for this case. Wait, what's wrong with this? Okay, I guess indent regardless. Isn't this just the code I had before? I don't know. Wait, what's going on here? With the right hand operand as the base, it's a null, but we should still. Wait, no, yeah, it should still. I think I'm confusing myself. Hold on. Binary operator header, indent. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, I understand. So you want this, and then you want new line, then indent. That's what we want. Okay. Okay, now my question is, why is this green? Does that make sense? And also the spacing is off, so I just need to move it real quick. Oh, no, the green's fine, actually. That actually makes sense. So it's just the spacing, that's it. So this one is correct. But in this case, we want +1 and +2. Yeah, because this is a parent of this. Yeah, that needs to indent further. I'm just trying to figure out how to conditionally indent it. And And also this being the predicate is kind of weird, but whatever. Let's see. That one's like that. Yeah, I mean, sure. Is root binary operation? Yeah, I suppose it's descriptive. No, we're not. Oh, wait, no, there's an easy fix to this, actually. What am I doing? Indent level plus. There you go. That actually should fix it. And since it's only, yeah, it's a switch statement, and then this goes, then it exits, yeah, there's no other state in this function, so it's actually fine. Yeah, that fixes it. Okay. Binary operator. Okay, does that make sense? Let me see. Yeah, because we have parameter 1, and then it's the name and the type. Parameter 2, name, type. Body statement starts off with a binary operation expression. Left hand is this, operator is this, right hand is that. Yep, that's simple. This one's just an individual. This one's an individual. Yep. This one has left hand this, a token, right operator is a token, and then right hand is a binary operation expression. Which is this plus this plus this. And the return type just aligns directly with what? That aligns with the function. I guess it's hard to see the lines from here. Maybe I could add some more spacing in between each one. Or I could add like some sort of lines here, but yeah, whatever. I think that's pretty good. Okay, let's try to make some crazy expressions and then try to break it, I guess. And then once that's fine, then I can add the prefix ones. I think at some point I could also make an experiment that would be a Tohu fan game made using C and Vulkan, rendering the entire gameplay layer in a single draw call and also pixelated too. What's Toho? I don't want to say that wrong, but Toho? What's that? Oh, sure. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I've never heard of this. Oh wait, is this the right one? Like oh yeah, it says bullet hell. Vertically starting Denmaku issue. Oh, is that what these are called? Huh. I didn't know they had like a particular name. Sure, sure. Basically, a game series. Think of like Chicken Invaders, if you know it, with anime girls and the difficulty. No, I mean I can see the difficulty on steroids. I mean that's really bullet hell, yeah. For sure, for sure. I got you. Yeah, I could see it too. Like drawing the like drawing all as a single draw call with the sprites and everything. It'd be cool. Yeah, I haven't heard of Chicken Invaders either. Is that a recent game or? Okay, we're gonna add like we're gonna have like one super complicated operation, and this counts as super complicated. Yes. Let's see. Check it out. Also, old bullet hell game, but it's casual, cartoony, and space themed. Okay, sure. I'll take a look. Wait, let me just see if my thing's broken. Yep. That definitely is broken. I wonder what's causing it to break. Is it the fact that it's 4 operations, or is it the fact that I tried to use something weird? I have an idea for like error handling. Like in my old compiler, I had like a error stack that I would return back from the compiler. But I was kind of thinking to myself, like, if I bootstrap the language, I kind of want to have my own like error system to just, I don't know, just make it easier for myself. So I'm a little hesitant to just write the whole error stack thing right now. Let me see. Okay, wait. Let me check it out though. Let's see. Go. For parsing, only first error matters. Where do you usually find like the error stack like matters, Zaka? Like, are there any like other stages that really need it? Or can you usually get away without it? Chicken Invaders. Oh, they have a Galago one. That's cool. Well, I don't know. Just like, I guess like call stack, like returning like the errors. I mean, I know like there is an opinion of just like handling each error code individually, or you can propagate it, kind of like how Zig does it. Or is it better just to handle it immediately in like every case? Because I know propagating errors like feels like exceptions, but I remember the way I saw Zig do it with but then again, they used like, I don't know, I don't really like the implementation of Zig's errors. Itself, where like it's like the unions of the errors. I don't know. Like it forces you to not have specific errors. But then again, I haven't like coded enough in Zig to like know. I was just looking at like a demo of it. Chicken Invaders. Wait, when did this come out? 1999. You know what? I might save this for I don't know if engine. I gotta fix my my bookmarks. Everything's getting tossed into engine links. What was the other one though? You said I want to put it in like my inspirations, my game inspirations for 2D. But it feels like an arcadey kind of game. I mean, it's basically Galaga with that other one, but let's joke. But yeah, let's figure out how to handle this. Build a parse right hand operand for operator at index 18. Failed to parse right hand operand, huh? Failed to parse right hand operand. Yeah, these printfs are temporary. I just sort of stuck them in because I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So this failed, didn't it? So I was still using DirectX 9 in 2026. Just saying. I mean, I guess if it's, I don't know, if it still works for them and people don't complain about the performance implications, I don't know. I'm not familiar with DirectX. So I couldn't make a statement, to be honest. Failed to print parse. Okay, so I said index 18, huh? What is index 18? Oh, wait. Actually, we're talking about a token index, aren't we? Yeah. Probably should be more specific. Yeah. I don't know why I never didn't. I don't know why I never changed the name. Wait, how do I? Okay, so yeah, current index. So that's the token index 18. Okay, that's what it was telling me. So failed to parse right hand operand for token index 18. Which one is that? They couldn't figure out the literal? Really? Identifier, operator, identifier. Failed to parse. Okay, so what was the parse error though? I guess that's the question now, huh? There's a few ways for it to fail. With error code. I'm gonna AI this, I'm gonna need you. There you go. Oh, well that's kind of a gross error code. Negative. Okay, so I'm assuming because it's printing as a decimal. Let's do a ZU. Let's try that. Okay, still some random number though. And I'm assuming, I don't know if the compiler guarantees the same number. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's just some random number, so. Something is just failing. or it's failing to return even in like a proper error code. So something's wrong here. Let's check result.status. Result.status. Okay, so we return in that case. Status is that. Let's make sure that all these update the status before it returns. Yeah. Yep. Oh, wait. Is this really not? Are you kidding me? Is that really the problem? That's crazy if that's the problem. Oh, yeah, that's so stupid. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. This should be a parse expression success. Yeah. Let's try it again. Is that really the problem? Okay, so different error now. But to semicolon index 20. Because of semicolon? Oh, it must be because it's like an off by one error then for the returned index. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I never used DirectX either, but DX9. Oh yeah, it uses old OpenGL 2.0. I could use a storage buffer to store the sprite info of every sprite, and a single draw command should do the trick. Yeah, just chuck it over, right, all at once. Also, projectiles and enemies are hard-coded, but with an allocator too. Every possible sprite is pre-allocated already, and projectiles themselves are stored in storage buffer too, with an allocator for them, and a compute shader to simulate physics. Projectiles too, and we get a game with C and Vulkan that renders a single draw call and simulates all. Yeah. I mean, just move over the pre-allocated buffer. You don't have to keep what is the word? Creating new buffers or anything. Just update it. I feel it. A single draw call and simulate. Yeah. I mean, I think modern DirectX is usually better about that from what I've heard. But I think everyone nowadays understands you should probably move graphics data in bulk, right? Let me see if there's an issue with. No, there's a semicolon there. Yeah. Okay, so that probably just means that somewhere I'm not moving an index forward correctly. Expected semicolon at index 20. And I'm assuming that's also a token index. Why did it expect a semicolon at 20? There's still so much more to do. Okay, there must be something wrong with the parser then. The actual implementation. Because it shouldn't try to resolve that so early. All these operons are fine. I think that's the issue. Okay, yeah, it's just something implementation wise. I messed up. Expect semicolon at index 20. So what's before index 20? We have a literal operator, identifier. Okay, so it gets through basically. That's kind of right. it gets through like a triple and then it fails. What is it about a triple that makes it fail? Or like a fourth option that makes it fail? Why does it want to end there? Let me look at this algorithm real quick. Allocate expression, it's fine. Check for, because yeah, the pretty printing wouldn't work if the allocations were broken. Check for left-hand operand. I already have a repo for a kernel while I still didn't make an OS past a hello world kernel. I really wanted to make an OS for a long time, and I have a repo ready for with a build system. Okay, sure. Were there any like particular ideas like you had for the kernel, or is it just like you want to kind of like learn how to build one? I don't think it's an indexing issue, but I'll take a look. Left hand. Parse expression. Current index. Reach full binary. I think about an OS that is for personal computers, super lightweight, no local user system, but I'll figure it out. But I do at some point want to make an OS for sure, yeah. Well, I feel like it's a good exercise regardless. I want to go through some of the like back through my OS books, or maybe try writing one at some point just to learn. But yeah, I think I'd probably stop at like a 21. Right operand. Why do I feel like it's this one? Why do I feel like something's wrong with this? Like if return. I'm trying to think, is there like wait, I gotta think for a second. Hold on. I know typically when you move this back, that's the operand. You would have moved it forward for the yeah, we just want to print this. Failed to find binding power for operand. I guess the issue is that it feels like if left binding power is less than minimum binding power. If left binding power is less. I don't think this binding power is ever... Yeah, because it would return this error if it didn't find it. And I think in the get infix binding power, yeah, you never return anything with a value that's like 0 or anything, so I don't think that's the issue. Yeah, that just returns a failure if the operator isn't the right category, and then returns it, yeah. Get binding power failure, Kate, binding power to operator. Yeah, if it's just a failure, this is just an error code that should just return out. Again, the pop expression has nothing to do with this. Binding power result power current index if power dot left power is less than. Yeah, I feel like there's something I'm not doing here. Wait. What is... So what is the actual result of this? Like... Here, you pass success, return the current value, and then return it, right? Wait, let me try that. Yeah, let me try that. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let's try that. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, how many literals did I see? So 1, 2. No, that's a token. Wait, no, that's a return type. 1, 2, 3. No. It just terminated early. No, that's right. Let's see. Not only that, but making an OS is huge for my resume. I could work in embedded systems afterwards, even in defense too. As embedded systems developer. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what language they're using nowadays for embedded. I mean, I know it's mainly C, but like, I don't know if they're trying to like push any other languages nowadays. I guess good that this is expecting a semicolon, but the other one just allowed it to pass for some reason. That's crazy. Let's just see. Go over. What can I say? I know for a fact I will never use Rust. As especially as a devil among languages. Why do you say that, Blonder? Why the strong opinion on Rust? now you got me curious. Get infix binding power. I hate the whole hype around Rust being memory safe. Plus I tried Rust and I got a fever, I had to genuinely uninstall afterwards. Plus memory safety was never an issue for me to begin with. Nah, I got you, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like the ability for a language to be able to guarantee that a certain type of bug isn't like possible. That is like a cool guarantee without like implementing something like a garbage collector or something, whatever. Yeah, I feel like that by itself is cool, but I do feel like having to do that and always having to do that without any like experimentability, or like if you do want to experiment or do something outside of the memory safe way, causing like crazy compile errors, or like requires you to basically wrap things into unsafe blocks, kind of kills the point. But I do feel like the ability to like remove a whole class of bugs is still like nice. It's a good pursuit. But also I'm not like a what is the word, like Rust like what is the word, like devotee or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to break code other than memory safety. A lot of other ways. And don't even get me started on the build system, how it accesses a compiler and a build system and package manager. It sucks as my CMake brain can't take it. Yeah, I remember the package manager was kind of, and I think I remember like there was some complaints about like the way the macro system kind of works and kind of makes like the what is it? I don't know, like it harder to like kind of parse, or no, it wasn't the macro system. I think someone said some issue about like the trait system making it hard to understand some of the documentation for a lot of the packages. And the yeah, I think there also is just a an argument for against package managers like in general that can be made. I feel that. I'm staying on C and C++, maybe assembly if I need super low level stuff like kernel stuff or cheat engine stuff or reverse engineering. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, and then like I feel like especially if you're working on like small projects or like C in particular, if you keep like the scope small, like is great, you know. C++, I feel like as the scope gets bigger, there's like tools to handle the scope, but it's just like, I don't know, there's just so many idiomatic or non-idiomatic ways to write C++. It's just like, I don't know, it just hurts my brain. But yeah, I just been looking into like language design recently, so like I don't know. There's a lot of different opinions for these things. I had a I have a particular reason now that like why I'm writing my language. It's like it's basically just to have like a language that implements what is the term for it? Design by contract, like as a core part of the language. There's other languages that have done that, but I just don't like the syntax, to be honest. Like I think Haskell has it, but and then like they have the whole like testing framework associated with it, but it's just like I don't know. C is good for when you have hard-coded data and don't need dynamic allocations. Hard-coded data and don't need dynamic, like surprise a FNAF game or a Toho game with projectiles and using allocator encode. Yeah, and there's also like established ways to solve these things without you know, you could just use like arenas, or not arenas, like allocators, right? Like your own allocators. That solves like a lot of the memory issues. Or even like just like how you said, just having like your own buffers because you know like the max requirements for the game. It's also a good solution, right? Have you considered giving it a gun? Are you talking about the cat? If you're talking about the cat, I have not. Oh, the parser, of course. I feel like I'm already kind of shooting myself anyways with the way I'm coding this. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'm writing the code in C, so and I have not been the most diligent person ever, so I'm sure there's a magnitude of issues here right now. Right now I'm having like an error in my expression parser. It's not going past 3 operons like in a row. Very annoying. So I don't know. I might have to go back and reread the Pratt parser document. Actually, I think I am going to reread the Pratt parser. The article I was reading. Yeah, I have like some samples I've been working on I could show you, but it's really not final. Really not final. Let's see. What's like a place to start? Not arrays, comments. I guess this is a good one to look at. This is like comments. Actually, does anyone know how to zoom in on VS Code? I have a zoom thing, but I'm just gonna use this. Yeah, right. Like imagine having the final design all perfect. Yeah, the comments are very similar to like C++. Oh, is there like oh yeah, maybe I could do like C. Let's see. Enable syntax highlighting from the bottom right little button. Ooh. Yeah, let's try C. Maybe Rust. Let's try like let's see what else. Because I had like the FN thing. Okay, yeah, it feels like Rust. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the tip. Yeah, I'll just zoom in like this. But yeah, like the comments are very like C++. The types, it's strongly typed. So I mean, I know I have the let keyword here, but I do want to specify the type that you're returning. I guess I have to specify this for all of them, don't I? Rust. I could probably add like an association, right, for the thing. The functions, they kind of look like this, similar to Rust too. Right, there should be like a .vs code something in here. That's okay. I'll figure it out. But thanks for the tip, though. I didn't know you could do Um, yeah. So syntax here looks like Rust here. I honestly don't really care like if I'm like stealing from like some other language's syntax. I have like a particular like goal in mind with the language. I do want to use like the zig kind of like pointer, you know, but make them like non-nullable, you know, kind of like zig. And I like my references. I like my C references. I'm a C person. So but yeah, I remember, I don't know if Zaka's still here, but Zaka was the one who kind of convinced me to kind of do this ordering, like similar to like Rust. It makes like way more sense anyways, like define the definition first and then do the type so it reads from left to right. But that makes more sense. Why would I use your language over something like English or Spanish? English or Spanish? Right? That's a good question. But yeah, maybe I can try and describe like what I'm trying to do with the language. Let me think. Let me go over like my little test file. Oh, you can zoom in like that. Okay, cool. So the basic idea of my language was I was writing C++, right? I was writing my engine code in it. And then I just got tired of like certain things in C++, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna write some C code, right? But once I got to C, I kind of realized that there's certain things from C++ that I still wanted back. You know, from C++, like I wanted to have C, like the extensibility of C, but then I realized there were certain things in C++ that I still wanted. Most of them were just quality of life features, whatever. But in particular, one thing I really liked in C++ was the fact that you could enforce invariance. Right, like in C++, like you can do like access modifiers, right? And then you can lock down like private data, right? And then add methods to it, right? And then you can kind of at the compiler level at least guarantee that like as long as in your like public API functions you enforce your invariance, then you should be good, right? Like you can't like modify some data you shouldn't be modifying, right? I suppose there's like sort of like two angles to that. There's like the you know, like the API part of it, and then there's the enforcing invariance. Like those are kind of orthogonal even though they interact, right? And then again for C++, the idea is you wrap things into objects, you hide the data, and then you only allow like interacting with it through the methods, right? And again, the one good thing is you can actually enforce invariance like through that API. The bad thing is that it's not super extensible, or if you want to make it more extensible, you have to expose more of the API or more of the data in a certain way, and then it just makes your API kind of weird. And I kind of realized that like I could enforce invariance like in a different way. Instead of using access modifiers, I could use a like design by contract. so clearly this should be called C plus. Yeah, I mean, like I think when I originally was looking at it, I was like C with concepts and operator overload, not operator overloading, like function overloading and cats. Yo, what's good, Pedri? I haven't seen you in a while, man. How's it going, dude? I'm just talking about like the language that I'm writing. Okay, but but anyways, like, yeah, the idea is designed by contract, right? So there's other languages that already do this, right? But a lot of them are sort of like obscure, like not a lot of them use it. And I think C++ is trying to introduce contracts in the newest version, like 26 is trying to use contracts. Vulkan is painful. I respect. No, dude, I respect people who do Vulkan too. It is painful. I'm still trying to get there too, man. Okay. Anyways, maybe I should explain that design by contract. The idea behind like design by contract is like, or I mean, if you already know what it is, let me know too. So I'm not like, just talking. But design by contract is basically specifying invariants for data and specifying like pre and post conditions for functions, right? And then you basically already do this with what is it called? You already do this with asserts, right? But like a design by contract language would let you like specify contracts for data and then enforce them throughout the code base automatically at like a language level. There's ways to like do these type of contract things in like libraries. They have some for like Java and like, but they don't really have like Java. I think C# has one, Rust has one, but they don't really have access to like the lower level AST and everything. But the idea behind this is basically you define like what invariants you care about for your data, and then basically you just say anything that actually any function that modifies that data needs to enforce that invariant. And that way you can enforce invariants, but you're not doing it through access modifiers, if that makes sense. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. I don't know if I like if I lost anybody. But the basic idea is like you define like a contract, which is basically like a series of like asserts, and those asserts are automatically injected into the code where that data is being used, right? So instead of enforcing the invariance at the API level, you enforce it at the function level but then the functions can be called from anywhere in your code base, right? So that way you can still interact with the data, and you can kind of like expand it however you want to, but you can still enforce your invariants. Yeah, so that's kind of like that. And then the idea from that is that you have design by contract, and then that feeds into this thing called like property-based testing. And this is sort of a form of testing where you define properties of like your data and your functions, and then using those properties you can generate tests for like your code, right? Instead of writing like unit tests or like integration tests or like whatever layer of abstraction you're at, in your code base. But yeah, basically you just define like specific behaviors of your code, and then the property-based testing framework will generate inputs that can test that property. Like it'll just do like a kind of like a stochastic like range of like inputs that are valid for that function. It'll input a lot of them, try to find edge cases, and then it'll just check that whatever property that you define holds for that like range of data, right? And yeah, it lets you like generate like a lot of tests all at once. But the common issue or reason why people don't use property-based testing or this design by contract thing is it's hard to think of invariance for your data, especially when you're just trying to figure out what you want to test. Usually unit tests are a lot easier, but it's usually easier to think of your invariance like when you're in the process of writing your code, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop though. I don't know if anyone's still here. I don't want to just like keep talking about it and then like, you know what I mean? So if anyone has any questions, like just let me know. Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah. Okay, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, like if anyone wants to like look into this stuff, like or you have a question about anything I said, just let me know. But the general idea, right, is that you enforce your invariance, or you enforce like the state of like what you expect out of your functions, and what you expect on how to like modify your how you expect to modify the data. You define that, you know, as the properties, right? And then yeah, it just generate the language will generate tests for you. And then also another one of the issues with property-based testing and the way it's like it's not being integrated right now is a lot of the output of property-based testing is very like cryptic and kind of hard to read. So I had this idea that like if I write a language that takes advantage of these like contracts and then like this property-based testing, you know, and I'm like, my compiler is aware of all the syntax or whatever, then instead of just generating like a cryptic like output that's like, you know, kind of hard to parse because you don't have access to the AST, instead you could actually generate like a unit test, like an actual like fully formed unit test, that where like your example fails, and I could like show that to the developer. So I mean, because when you're testing, right, like you want to just write a unit test and then you want it to just pass or fail, right? And that's usually really easy to see. And then in property-based testing, usually the inputs and outputs are like kind of abstracted from you, and it's just really hard to see. So if I have some way of like generating a unit test out of the failing results from a property-based test, and then like basically just show it to you in like regular terms, that could make it like super clear like what the issue was, right? And I guess like the overall idea is that it takes this idea of property-based testing and just makes it more like accessible. And then the sort of end goal of this language is that you're able to better enforce your invariance and better enforce like the state of your program. And what is it called, like if you make modifications to your code, or if you're like, say you're like coding with AI or something, and it like, I don't know, it breaks some random part of your code, the property-based testing will pick that up, especially as long as your invariants are good, right? And I guess this is sort of like a way to address like logical errors for coding, because like for Rust it tries to address like memory safety issues, and it does it pretty well. Like it does the job, you know. It can guarantee certain things for the memory safety, but you can't really guarantee that you're not going to get a logical error in Rust. And I'm not saying, I mean, you couldn't get a logical error in this issue, I mean in this way, this language, but it makes property-based testing and it makes like designing by contract just more accessible, I guess, is the idea. Because a lot of people that actually do property-based testing, when they get through it and they actually learn how to do it, they say that it's actually really, really good. Like it's really, really good. It's just, it's very hard to wrap your head around and it's not very like friendly. So I guess that's what like my language is trying to do. Okay, so I'm gonna stop with the sales pitch, but yeah, that's sort of like the core idea. But yeah, I'll stop with the sales pitch. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, just let me know. Let me add the rusting to these though. 200 grand Kickstarter, let's go. Yeah, I don't know. What I want to do, I feel like it's like inherently not super easy to explain like what all this is. Like in this format. So I feel like what I want to do is just get this thing compiling, get like some output printing. I'm gonna transpile to C, so I just want to get like end-to-end working. And then I want to like make a few like tiny video games, and then I want to super test them using like this idea. And then I want to make like a YouTube video just discussing the idea, I guess. And but I want to show like actual like results, not just like this esoteric idea I have in my head, you know. So yeah. I don't know what property-based testing actually is. I'm late to the party. I wonder if there's like, let me see if I can find something where I could kind of explain it to you in like a way. It's kind of like oh, you know what, actually I'll let the AI help me. Okay, can you give me a no, like the what is it called? I'm trying to think of like an example of like a really simple class that like you might want to enforce an invariant on. Like what is it? What's a simple class you want to enforce an invariant on? Oh, okay, I got you. A rectangle. You give me a rectangle struct and two methods that enforce the invariant that the size is equal to, or what is it? Looks like the area is equal to length times width. Just give me the code, please. Okay, there we go. And I'm gonna copy this into here. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And let's see. So rectangle area, return this times this. Okay. So this is not what I mean. I mean, obviously here you would never cache the area, but I'm just gonna do it for example's sake. Like you would just recalculate it. Return area, and then what is this access modifier? We'll assume this is private, I guess. Get some language that has modifiers or something, but it can only be and then we'll make this like methods. We'll do kind of like a OOP kind of fashion. And then if we set this, we also say that area is equal to r length times r width, right? Whatever. So it holds the invariant. So the invariant for this struct, right, would be that is that area is always equal to length times width. That's the invariant that we're holding for this struct, is that no matter what, when we call these functions, the area should always be equal to length times width. And there's no like construction, like, you know, like constructor, destructor, whatever, you know, whatever you want to init, terminate, you know, you probably handle that in a certain way too. But we're just concerned about these methods, right? So we have this invariant, right? If say I was writing this code in like C, right? You could just modify area. It's public, right? Now you could do like an API thing with C where you just expose the handle as like a library, and then in the internal code, you mess with the data internally. You just say, okay, don't mess it up inside of the implementation code. But even at that point, like in the implementation code, you could just mess it up somewhere, right? You could just write some code that directly modifies the area, right? And like, you know, that's sort of like a programmer responsibility or programmer like skill thing too, right? Like people in C know not to mess up their invariants, right? But that's also like a lot of cognitive like overhead to keep in your head, you know, and you might forget some of your invariants from like some complicated system before, and then directly try to modify something later, and then realize, oh, I shouldn't have done that because now my invariants are broken, right? Like area, I directly set to some other value, and I forgot that I have to update the length and width later, and I didn't realize there was like a modify function for it, right? And then in C++, the solution, the idiomatic solution, right, is to set it to private and then expose like methods. And then now it's like, okay, you could never mess this up now, right? Because you have these, and if you wanted to add more functionality, you would add more methods, right? But now every time you want to add a new method, you have to update this whatever definition in some header file, right? And then, or if you need to like change some sort of implementation somewhere here, I don't know. It's very easy to make like a breaking change. Yeah. In C# I usually use setters and getters stuff. Ensure dependent code data corresponds. Yeah. But you're still, if you're using getters and setters, you're still doing the access modifier thing, right? Like you're still using that is the public API, right? Like you have like a getter, right? And then like I said, I know there's like a certain way to do it in C#, right? Where like it's kind of clean, right? And or you can like specify it more, right? But like what is it called? Like my point though is like say if you had like a bigger, like this is pretty simple for this like single object, right? But what if, I don't know, you wanted to do something crazy with this? Like you wanted to add some function that like you like say you wanted to have like an array of these things, right? And then you wanted to have a bigger function that you can write SIMD operations that can modify big swaths of code all at once, right? Instead of like doing it member by member, right? At that point, you would either have to make that function available in the API, or you need to make like some function that can handle that, right? Yeah, but I'm enforcing other dependency update to ensure invariant. Well, I mean, this invariant is like just like a random example. Like it's just like you know, like when you're messing with some code, right? Like, oh, like for example, like if you have an array, right? Like the array internally holds a size variable, and you always expect the size variable to be the exact length of the array, right? Or like a dynamic array, right? So you would never expect that array to like when you try and get the length, it's some wrong length, right? So that's sort of like a guarantee you get from that like type. But there's nothing like what is it called? Like the fact that always holds is because you don't have access to that data, right? And then you have to work through their public API, right? Maybe one point that I should make though is that like with this structure and the way this is like set up, it's just very rigid, and it conflates access modification, like API, and invariant protection into like one thing, right? Which is like, you know, like it's worked well enough for this, right? For like object-oriented programming spaces, right? But what I'm proposing is to like separate the two. You know what I mean? So instead you have invariant invariant holding is done with contracts, and then access modification, it uses like I don't know if I want to call it a package, but it's kind of like you know, like a module or whatever. You know, like Python whatever packages, or like file level like scoping or whatever, you know. And then those can be like two separate considerations, right? And then the way it would work now is you only define like a struct, so you would only have a single struct. I'll say like new version. You'd only have a single struct, and then you would have a contract right below this, and the contract would just say, I don't know the exact syntax yet, so working on that, but there are like established ways to do it. But the contract basically just says that like the area, like for the rectangle or something, area is always equal to length times width. And then the idea with this, right, is that now you can go ahead and write your modification functions down here. And anywhere that this, and it'd be like a contract, like maybe like a write operation. Again, I don't know what the syntax is going to be, but you would have some contract write operation for rectangle, and it'll just enforce this condition for, so every time you have a write operation on top of area, it will enforce this invariant, that this state is always here. So now you can just freely write functions, and you can freely add more functions that modify this struct wherever you want. You can do it however the hell you want. Right? And there will just be an invisible, basically like a contract check, like an invisible contract check anywhere, anytime that you modify area. It'll be like inlined by me, the compiler. And it basically just says that you can write whatever code you want and do it however you want. I'm going to guarantee your invariance. And it also makes sure that, you know, like you got to like make sure that you're writing like correct invariants. But like when you're writing like the class, you can think about like, okay, are there any invariants I want to enforce? Like, is there anything that I care about? Like, oh yeah, the area should always be the same as these. Okay, so let me enforce that here. And now I can just add as many functions as I want to, and I can always kind of be confident that the invariants are being held. Yeah. Contract is equal to rectangle length is equal to me, length times me width. Right? Kind of like it. But yeah, like if I mean Pedro, do you get what I'm saying? Like, do you get like the idea, or did I lose you? Good luck syntax highlighting that. I mean, what is it called? I'm just gonna go step by step, you know, like the actual contracts themselves, they're just going to be like injected into like the debug code at the end of the function, or either that, or it'll be like a function wrapper on top of the method, and then it'll be called like externally. I'll see what makes sense. Would this involve dependency graphs, or have syntax dedicated to making a promise? So like that's why like I'm writing a language, because what is it called? Like you have this syntax in particular, right, for defining a contract, and I'm still figuring out like what the actual contract syntax will look like. I had like a running idea before. Let me see. Where did I put contracts? Here. Kind of like this. You have a contract with a name. And then you have like an assert. You know, but I also kind of realized that like you might want to have certain specific types of contracts. So you might have like a contract plus like an identifier that I can check. Just because they might want to be treated differently by the compiler. Like you might want to have like I had this one idea for a contract where it's kind of like, I'm not in love with the syntax. I'm still thinking about it, but it's like a pre plus post condition. So it can check like surrounding context. Yeah. Would this involve dependency graphs or have, well, dependency graphs? I'm gonna say I'm planning on just doing like right now I'm just trying to do like multiple passes, right, on the you know, on the ASD. So I'm hoping I'm able to, I mean I'm gonna do it in like a package level, so hopefully I can get all the identifiers first from parsing the text, and then once I have all the context I can then kind of like you know, like what is the word? Yeah, like figure out how it's supposed to. I don't know where I was going with that, but you know. But the contracts will be keywords, so they'll be like a proper part of the language. Like it's like designed with this in mind, I guess. I hope that answers your question. I don't know. Another thing about Who, the series has very good OST. If you love video game OSTs, you should listen to it. One of my favorite is the Stage 3 boss. Oh, sure. Wait, so I remember, yeah, you said it was a series. Is it like one of those things where it's like a similar kind of OST throughout the games? They kind of changed it a little bit, like per game. Kind of like how in like Street Fighter they always have the same themes for like certain people, but it kind of changes per game. But yeah. The where was I before? Let me see. I feel like contracts could have another issue of infinite recursion if two contracts conflict. What do you mean by conflict? Like there is a consideration for like which, like the order in which contracts like are like checked. You know, contract 2. That is like an issue to be resolved, but whatchamacallit, like I would figure if there's duplicate contracts, you would just squash them, right? You don't call it a bunch of times. And then like for contracts, like you would only call it like at the function level, so it would either be like at the beginning or at the end. One promise defines another unless handled. The other resolves promise. Oh yeah, like nested promises. Yeah. I mean, I mean, like it is like an important part of the language, so I feel it. But wait. Let me see if I want to make sure I understand. Let's see. One promise defines another unless handled. The other promise, and so on. One promise has another unless handled. The other resolves a promise. One promise defines another. Another unless handled. The other resolves, and so on. I feel like I need to see an example of what you're talking about, Pedri. Like the one promise defines the other, and then resolves a promise and so on. So I mean, like, I guess to be particular, these like promises or contracts are only checked at the beginning of a function, like check contract list, and then like check like contract list, right? Like and you can also have like preconditions, and then like post conditions, right? And then like if you detect that like say if you have a certain contract like this that checks for like a write operation, it'll detect that a write operation occurred with this method, and then it will check that invariant, check contract list invariance. It'll do that at the end of the method. It won't do it directly right here. And then there was one issue that I was thinking about of like, if you do make like a small method that maybe that method does break the invariant, but the greater context method or function doesn't break the invariant. Like how would you handle that? And I was thinking like if you can guarantee some level of like access, like non-access to like other methods for that like smaller method, then you could just call the invariant from the calling method. But of course that requires compile information of like who calls who, and then if you have like dynamic polymorphism, that kind of breaks that. So I don't know. So will these promises be used as debug info, or width contract sets length, length contract sets width? Oh yeah. So one of the okay, I get it now. Patrick, what you're saying. In the contracts, for now, or like in general, I'm thinking that contracts should not be able to modify state. I don't know how that's going to be enforced in particular, especially if you're able to do. I mean, I have access to the AST, but of course I got to be careful with that. I could define like certain contracts that are only like single expressions that can only check or do read-only operations. And then I could have like ones that have blocks, but then don't allow you to do write operations. So contracts don't modify anything. They just check. They're basically just asserts. That's all they are. They're just asserts. Yeah, and then also that's also like a key point with these two. Yeah, is that the contracts do not have any control flow, and they don't have any actual like repercussions on the actual code. So like there should be no difference between code that has these contracts injected and ones that don't have them injected, as far as like what the code should actually do. I do feel very strongly about that, actually, that like kind of like how Zig does it, where any actual control flow of the language should be like visible. Like any error handling should be visible like directly. You shouldn't have it hidden. So yeah, the contracts are debug only. Yeah. So yeah, no mixing automation. No. And then another thing too, I don't want any macros in this language. I do want generics, but no macros. I have an idea on how to handle like doing code generation, but it's not going to be macros. But yeah. Anyways, like, yeah, like this is basically the contract idea. Like it just checks, like if some sort of like contract requirement was like violated or whatever, or like was triggered, and then it just checks it either at the beginning or the end of the function. Yeah. Let's see. Compile time generics. Yeah. I was thinking something similar to Zig too. Or maybe more similar to Odin, actually. Kind of like there's better. But I don't want to like make it too crazy. Like I do kind of want to have like a similar like trait system to like Rust, where it's kind of like just defining the function API, and then that's it. And then you can basically just pass along like the interface, but it's like it's more of a compile time interface. I don't know how I want to handle like dynamic polymorphism yet. I kind of want to ignore that for a little bit because I'm trying to see if I can solve most of my problems with compile time polymorphism. But I do know that like there are instances where you do need it. So I don't know. I'll see. But yeah, this is the contract idea. So okay. So anyways, like this is the contracts. Like basically you can like say if you have like a method, right? You can define some like method specific contracts. Like you can have a contract for like precondition, right? For this method, and then I don't know. I think I had an example like in here. I think I was pretty cool with that contract. Yeah, like an enforce, like this method enforce wait, where is it? Hold on, no. I had this is a method push enforce push valid. Okay, so I think this is just in the wrong order. I don't think I'll have an issue with the ordering. I think I'll make that like a non-issue in files, but yeah, like push valid. So push valid has like the same signature as the function, and then it basically like checks like this contract for this particular function, right? So you can add contracts for like that particular function. We can also add contracts for like invariants for data, but that way you can add like all of this like documentation for it. I was thinking you can also have like contracts where like you can enforce like a range for a certain type of data. Like say if you have length, of course you have the size of this, but you can also enforce that. And actually I don't mind the managed and config labels. I don't think I want these, honestly. But yeah, I wanted one contract where you could define like an acceptable range for that data on top of just the size, right? Like so say if like you have like it can only be between like 20 and 100 for actual like valid values. Like maybe at that point you'd write like an enum, or you can just have like a contract that says like I will never have a value not outside of that range, right? And then you can sort of like enforce that or whatever. So it's basically like a way of like adding these assert checks automatically throughout the code base without having to write them yourself. You just write the property once and that's it. Because actually, you know, I'll give you a specific example, because I was working on my where is it? KG Lang, this one. So this is like a C++ project I was working on. And maybe this could be like a more concrete example. I was working on this dynamic array container, right? It has like init functions. I was like trying to get like the constructors to work, but the constructors were like pissing me off. So, and I know like this is not the idiomatic way you do it in C++. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have some constructors, copy constructors, whatever. And I was putting the list of invariants that I wanted to hold. Like here, the M count must always be less than or equal to the capacity at all times, right? And then I was just going through all of the methods and making sure that I was asserting that what is it called? Yeah, I was asserting that this count was always like valid, right? I don't know like for the example. I had a few examples where I was doing that. This one's more common, is that like the the backing commit is always like if it's valid, then m count is greater than 0. Because in this one, you basically inject an allocator into the dynamic array. And then if you do inject an allocator and it's valid, it just makes sure that like if the count is greater than, oh no, yeah, if you increase the count to 1, there should always be a valid backing allocator. It's that direction, my bad. But yeah, instead of doing all of these repeated asserts everywhere, you could just define the list of properties that you want for that type, define it as a struct, and then yeah, all these asserts essentially become like unnecessary. You can kind of have like confidence that your invariants are being held from these methods. And then one nice thing too is like it encourages you to keep your API small for like directly messing with data, so that you know, like your number of invariants don't like explode. But yeah, this is kind of like where I got annoyed. It was like, I want to see if I can do it some other way. Maybe I can explain like property-based testing too. Maybe there's some images or something. Versus unit testing. Let's try that. Okay, let's see. Maybe I could just write it out. Okay. Property-based testing. Oh, and you know what? You know what's a good example for this too? I just thought about is that thing I was working on too. This one, but I actually have a bunch of unit tests I was making. The last dynamic array I used a GPU allocator. Oh, for sure. But I mean, I'm assuming it like was for graphic stuff, right? Let me find my tests real quick. Allocator, heap allocator tests. Okay. Yeah, can you just go in the normal spot, please? Okay, so here's like some unit testing, right? Like I'm trying to find like some examples here. Mixed operation sequences. Actually, you know what? Let me not. I'll just type the other one. Okay, so well, anyways, if you have like, and I'll get rid of this thing here. Maybe I'll get rid of the contracts for now. Okay, so okay, so if you were going to like write unit tests for like this struct, you would probably, I mean, you would probably look at each method, right? And then you would probably check that certain inputs lead to certain outputs, right? So a unit test for maybe, let me get rid of some of this extra stuff so it's like more clear, I guess. This thing, it's updates length and width. And actually, let's turn this into Rust. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, a little bit of syntax highlighting. It's good. It updates length and width, and then ensures area is updated to match. Okay, so if you were gonna write unit tests for this, you would have like I don't know, unit test 1. Property based test. Yeah, it would be something like this. You would provide some specific values to the method, and then you would just assert some state afterwards. But the thing is, you need to like have the idea of like what input maps to the correct output in order to like write a unit test, right? I typically work with game engines and frameworks. Rarely do I make anything low level. Oh, I mean, yeah, I feel you. Like my original code base for my engine was like, actually, maybe I wonder if I still have the repo, but like I can kind of show you. I have like a giant list of like dependencies that I use for that one. Cardano. I think you can still search my engine. Yeah, it's still searchable. Yeah, like this is my dependency list. I got like box2d, ent, glfw, glm, imgui, tons of imgui, msdf, and I use OpenGL. Everyone uses SDB. Gotta love SDB. YAML CP. Yeah, like I kind of copied like Cherno for some of the YAML stuff. But yeah, recently I just been getting into like I don't know. I guess I just been getting into it at C++. That's probably the common denominator. Render loop sync in Vulkan is most convoluted ever. I'm about to smash my desk, and each Vulkan tutorial does something different. Oh, really? That's so annoying. Every tutorial does it differently. Yeah, I wanted a way to abstract my render pipeline submission. Oh wait, early battery. Let's see. I wanted a way to abstract my render pipeline submissions that uses a reusable array with an atomic incrementer. Figured, wait a minute, this is just a dynamic array. Oh, I got you. So then just implement it on the GPU. I mean, yeah, yeah, that's fair. I don't know. Again, I haven't used Vulkan, so I don't know the full implications though. It do be yapping. Yeah, I do be yapping. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Anyways, here's some unit tests, right? You would imagine for writing some tests, but yeah, you have to like write it manually. You have to know the data. Right? To like check the invariance. Sure, why not? Yeah, right. But with property-based testing, it's a bit different. Property-based testing, you have these things called generators. And then you have like your invariants, which are the contracts. And then you have like shrinking. And then you have the output, right? That's kind of like the stages of property-based testing. You're not working on it anymore? Not the C++ code base anymore. At the moment, yeah. I'm trying to solve a lot of the issues I had with the code with that code base using like this language, but I'll see. I don't know. Like I'm gonna try and write some level of reflection, not full reflection using the language, so I can actually serialize things automatically. Like that. I know they're doing that soon in C++, but it still pisses me off that you can't do that. Yeah, just a few things, you know. Okay, anyways, generators, they create input. For tests, contracts, specify requirements of tests, shrinking, generates a readable test case when it fails, and then the output is I don't know, just I guess we can stop at shrinking. Yeah, contracts and then shrinking. So the idea is you define these like invariants or contracts or whatever, right, for either your methods or for your data, right? And then what'll happen is that gets translated into sort of like a unit test like archetype, right? So basically, like it'll like call the function and then it'll like check those asserts, but then the generator will like generate like valid input for like the invocation of the function calls, right? So in particular, like this is the main function that you probably want to check. You probably add like a few like precondition and postcondition like contracts for this method, right? And then you would have some invariant that you would specify for the type, right? So it would check like all of those, right? And then what'll happen is the generator will have like context information on how to generate information, like random values for like integers, you know, like primitive types, floats, strings, whatever, you know. And it will also have context information on how to like find like boundary cases, you know, like try to focus on boundary cases. And then one thing I mentioned too earlier was that you could have contracts that could specify like ranges for that are valid for like a certain data type, so or like a certain field. So say for I don't know, like the length, you could say you could never have a area greater than something, you know. It's kind of arbitrary, but I think you could imagine like a situation where you would have a boundary on like some like data, and also a nice benefit of that too is you could also reflect that in some UI later on, right? Like, you know how like in UI you have like the sliders, right? Like if you define a contract that has boundaries on data, then the input could like your UI could like check that and be like, hey, this boundary is enforced on here, you know. But anyways, like what is it called? But anyways, like those boundaries could actually like enforce like the certain like data that could actually be inputted into these checks, right? And basically it would call the method and then it would assert the preconditions, the postconditions, and the invariants around it, but it would do it with like a probabilistic like input that also checks for like boundary conditions and whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and then yeah, that's basically the idea behind property-based testing. And like instead of defining like the specific inputs and outputs, you just say like, oh, for say like serialization, like if you want to check for serialization test, with property-based testing, it's instead of thinking of like, oh, okay, I'm going to serialize a particular type of data and I expect some data, it's more like I'm going to expect that the property of calling serialize and then calling deserialize will lead to the same data. That's like a common way to define like a property-based test, right? Because you don't know what the inputs and outputs are going to be. You just know like what properties should hold, right? Or say if you had some like string, right, and you had some string processing thing, then you could enforce that when you I don't know, like sort it, and then like you sort it again, like I forget the term for that, idiopendency, whatever. But if you repeatedly call an operation, it shouldn't give you different values, right? So you could assert that. Another really useful one for property-based tests is like a kind of like a DAG, but it can kind of have cyclic cycles, so it's not really a DAG. But basically, you could define like, say if you have like a series of methods like init for like associated with some data, init and terminate, and then say you have like write like pop, and then you have like push, and say this is all for like a container. I don't know, this has some something in it. What you can do is you can kind of define a contract where it asserts that you start with a state. You have to start with the state, and then it says, okay, you can call these series of operations in any order, right? And then it says that you must end with the state. So kind of like a little state machine. And then the property-based test can call mixed operations with random data, and then it can do that and check that those random operations are always consistent, as long as you specify the order is consistent. Like you might have some dependencies where like you have to call one method then another method. Then you would say, okay, then you can only call it this way, and then it won't check that particular direction, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think I missed a few messages. Wait, let me see. You know who Emil Person is? Oh no, I don't. Let me see. Person. Yeah, I've never heard of them. I also just realized a few minutes behind stream. I see you, Zaka. I believe, Zaka. I believe. I can't justify AI for anything on account of politics, and I would love to use it to get shitty ideas sometimes. Someday CEOs will not feel bad for using it. Yeah, I mean, I just figure it, as long as I don't let it like in my compiler, right? Like I have a lot of like throwaway code. Like I'm writing I don't know, print statements and like, what is it called? I don't know, just like throwaway code that I'm gonna like throw anyways later. I don't really care. But for any actual logic or anything that I actually care about, I gotta make sure that it's correct, and I don't let it what is the word, problem solve for me. Wait, let's see. How doable would this idea be, by the way? Engine that compiles itself using a double directory, only passing to the new directory if compilation is successful, and certain set of safety test paths. Rebooting using a state on exit to enter wherever you were, but in the new version, creating engine. Wait. Within the engine to make the game within the game. There's no Google. Oh, Google Hummus GPU code. Oh, okay. Wait, let me see. Wait, I kind of want to look at that idea again. But wait, let me see. Meatballs too. Oh, for sure. Wait, this is sick. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is sick. Wait, so does he have like a level shader optimization for next gen DXF, populating a massive game world, practical cluster shading, low level thinking, high level shading languages? Okay. Oh yeah, this guy has a lot of this guy reminds me of what is it called? Like a few people who like, oh, but this guy works on like shader stuff. But this guy works on how do I say, like rendering algorithms, I guess is the best way I could say it. Yo, thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna save this. This is useful as fuck. I have a few people that I look for like learning rendering stuff. I have a few books and stuff, but and a few like people kind of like this that I look for. So I'm always happy to find somebody. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Okay. Damn, Annie posts the source. What a legend, man. Ever use fantasy consoles? Oh no, I haven't. Wait, fantasy consoles? What is that? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I know some people who do work on this type of stuff. Like what is his name? Unlink comes in the chat sometimes. But I haven't personally, no. I've heard good things about Pico 8 though, in particular. I don't know about Picotron though. Okay, yeah, no, I got you, Bedry. Let me see. How doable would this idea be, by the way? The engine that compiles itself uses a double directory, only passing to the new directory if compilation is successful and a certain set of safety tests pass. Rebooting using a state on exit to enter where you were, but in the new version, creating the engine to make the game within the game. So what is the end result that you're trying to get out of that, Pedri? Like, what's like an example of like how you would use that? I guess I'm just trying to frame it in my mind. Like, what would the use case be? So shipping the game would literally just strip the editor code, since TGE editor could use the engine runtime to operate lazy. I mean, wait. How the engine that compiles itself uses a double directory, only passing the direct if compilation is successful and a certain set of safety tests pass. I believe I had some level of this already in my engine. Not like exactly, but like is like the end goal being that you could basically strip unnecessary code from the final runtime build, because obviously you need editor code to like make the game, right? But like I like for my engine, actually let me see if it still even compiles. I haven't ran it in a long time, but I think last time I checked it worked. Let's run the editor. The engine doesn't rely on the editor. The editor relies on Editor relies on the engine, basically. Doesn't rely on the editor. Yeah, so like, because like I think originally I had something like that, like the engine, like a lot of the editor code was directly written into the editor.exe, right? And then the engine links into the editor, right? So, oh yeah, this does not compile. Holy crap. Okay, wait, I think I have an example code base that does work though. Let me see. Because I really want to show you like what I mean, or like I hope it's like a similar idea. Let me see. Where's my temp file? I think I have Cargano in here. Yeah, I do. Right here. And everyone's engine's here. I'd be checking them out. Okay, I think this is the one that I made sure actually does compile. Yo, I went away for a bit, but I'm back here. I'm super tired at the moment, but I'm quite scared to go to sleep yet. Plus, I want to stay up for a bit and chat here. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, feel free to hang out. I feel like you're in good company. I hope everything's all well over there, man. Or it goes well, man. On YouTube? Yeah, Blonder. Can you see his messages on you should be able to see them on the chat, but not on the Twitch chat. Yeah. But yeah, he's on YouTube. He has a YouTube channel too. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I don't know if Haufuf is still here, but I don't know if you've seen the engine I had before. This is it. I'm not gonna show the whole thing, but yeah, that's basically it. There was music playing, you can't hear it, because yeah, it is Pong, dude. It's freaking Pong, dude. okay, wait. I was trying to make a point. So, like here you can actually export the final runtime, right? So you can like choose a directory, whatever. I'm gonna export it to desktop. I'll put in the temp files, I guess. I forget if I need to specify the actual. I don't think I need to specify the terminal directory. I'm not gonna export a server because you can actually play it online, but yeah, I'm not gonna showcase that right now. Export project. Like wow, we Pong. Let's see. Yeah, it's literally just building it. But okay, so Pedri, I have a lot of GUI source code in the engine, right? Like I know you were saying your design's a bit different, but I have a lot of like editor code, GUI, all that stuff, dependencies, all that. It's all in the engine source code, and then I have like the specific like usage of it in the editor.exe, right? And then this runtime executable that I'm building, I have like environment variables that are injected into this actual like call that strips the it strips all of the what is it called, the editor code or any like non-use editor, because you don't use it for the game, obviously. So I basically just use like preprocessor defines, and then I use environment variables to modify like what actually gets compiled. I don't know if that was the same benefit that you were talking about before, or if that was like the end goal. I don't know if there was like more or like something different you were thinking about too. I don't want to assume it was the same thing. Because I remember the way you explained it, you did do it in a different way, where like you basically outputted the source into like a new directory, and then only compiled that those files, right? But the way I do it is just instead just strip the actual like, text using like process defines. It is still it is still compiling too, huh? I'm trying to rotate a server system for. Oh, you're doing like networking? Yeah, I've heard server stuff in like voxel engines is like intense. I see people do it. I just heard it's like kind of intense. I believe though. First time using Winsock, I'm probably going to need to rewrite the whole chunk streaming logic to work. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. I don't think I've done a lot of like higher level networking. I've done like UDP socket stuff, but some of the higher level ideas I still need to learn more about. I have that talk, yeah, but I want to allow the user to recompile the engine itself within the engine, kind of like Unity, but no hot reloading. Recompile the engine itself within the engine, kind of like Unity, but no hot reloading. Recompile the engine within itself. So, okay, wait, let me reread what you said earlier, just because I have ideas on how to do that, but I don't know if that's exactly what you were saying earlier. So shipping the game would literally just strip the editor code since, yeah, so wait, where was it? Okay, it was an engine that compiles itself, uses a double directory, only passing to the new directory if compilation is successful and a certain set of safety tests pass. Rebooting using a state on exit to enter, but in the new version creating engine within the engine to make the game within the game. So like the way I would do that is just with shared libraries, right? Like basically like you would make the core of the engine super thin, and then define like actually that was kind of like my ideas for modules, but again you're talking about like passing between directories. That's different, like actual like physical way of doing it. But the core idea for me was just to make the actual core like runtime super tiny, and then the actual logic is recreated in all of like the shared libraries that get loaded into the core, right? And then that way, like any logic that has to be like called and like accessed between shared libraries can be created at once, and then like the sync points, like where they match up basically. Like if one side expects a struct, the other side should expect the same struct, and then if one side loads in like a function from the shared library, the other one will load it, will like have the correct like thing on the other side, right? And then that way you could just recompile modules, and then of course like you just need to figure out what the data is going to look like. But my idea for that was to just inject like just store the data arenas in the core, make them opaque, and then just pass the arenas around so that they can be used accordingly. Unity, but that's the proper way. Yeah, and then like Unity editor, I don't know. I know like the C# stuff. You can kind of get away with just recompiling the what is it called? I don't know if they use mono. I know Unity has that like thing where it you can generate the actual like C++ code from the C# code. I forget what they call that, but it makes it faster. But you also can just regenerate the C# code, and then it'll just reload the module. but yeah, like yeah, or just recompile the entire crap, slap the new binaries in another folder, then migrate. The only thing about that is, are you going to reload the executable then? Like, are you gonna like open up another executable state, or like how does that work? Because if you recompile the entire thing, then the exe needs to either the exe needs to stay consistent, like whatever editor you're running needs to stay consistent, or you just close the exe and reopen it. Networking. Oh yeah, I kind of missed what you were saying. Network's fun. I like it. I've been writing some simple networking stuff in Picotron. Weird networking though. I've been using the highest score system in Picotron to handle packets. Oh, interesting. The high score system handles packets. Okay, sure. I mean, did it ended up working for like what you were building though? Nails at the time like that. It's crazy. Yeah, but as far as like generating new text, yeah, you could just generate, or you could like, yeah, you could just generate like, or like move the files into like another directory and then just compile that folder. But you can also just have like a compiler, like if you call the compiler, you can just say like, I just want to compile these files and just not compile these other files. That would work too. But if you feel like you might have to be like making the configuration like move around a lot and whatnot, then maybe it's easier to do it your way. Just have like one folder that it like checks for. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like how that would build or whatever. Can I not run another program knowing its location shut down the old one? Oh, you can. You definitely can. I don't know. I don't know if it would just be freaky for if someone's like working in the editor and then it just shuts down and it opens back up and they're like, what? I guess it depends on what you're like recompiling. So I don't know. Like my idea with shared libraries was that like you do that recompilation stuff with the shared libraries in the editor, and then for the final build, everything just resolves down to like a cleaned up set of like static libraries, and it's just one exe, right? Wait. One thing that will make coding a server system for Voxel / is the server could either be a separate exe or be a local server for single player or LAN or P2P. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, you could just write the server and then just specify. Yeah, I mean, if you put it in the local network, it should just work fine, right? And then if you host it, or however you want to host the game, it should work the same. I always wondered about like doing like I feel like peer to peer is the part that like I feel like is interesting to set up. You could also like have like a database file and then like keep state through the database file, and then have the engine be more of like a series of editors that just keep state a database file. It's a little bit slower, but you wouldn't need to have like a central running program. That was the idea I was thinking of, but of course everything goes to the database file. I don't know how fast that is. Yeah, since high scores can have arbitrary strings, you only need to increment the top score by 1 every time you want to send. Oh, top score by 1 every time you want to send a packet. Downside, it's persistent, and you can only have one packet at a time per user. Wait. Oh, one packet at a time per user. Interesting. I mean, I like the ideas, Pedri. The flexibility is always nice. One thing that I wanted for my language was that you have reflection and you have these contracts, and that way you don't have to write a bunch of editor code. Like I feel like half of the code in my code base is just me writing editor code, and I feel like if I could automate that in some way, that would be the biggest win. I think a server is better than P2P because of mods and stuff. Yeah, and then knowing who the what is it called? The central location of authority is kind of important, and being able to implement I don't know, client-side predictions and server validation, client stuff. It's pretty straightforward with servers. Engines boot up stupidly fast though. Just gotta catch the shaders as they take a second or two to compile. Yeah. I mean, I think it's doable. It's just, yeah, I just haven't heard of a editor where the context closes and opens again, you know. But I don't see why you couldn't do it though. Yeah, my thing is I would just like to with my language, I would like to be able to specify what I want from I don't know for my language. I would just imagine you could specify your contracts, you can specify this information, and it's all code enforced, right? So your code literally cannot do these things. My tests make sure that the code does these things. The contracts generate the documentation, right? Because you can I can parse my AST and then produce documentation based off the AST, right? And the contracts can give you very specific information for the functions, so you can kind of understand it more. Yeah, so you have basically a lot of automated testing, automated documentation, and then you can hook into the contracts and the information about the types for your UI, so that you don't have to write as much UI code. And as long as you have some level of reflection, right, you can kind of get that. So it would simplify a lot of things. That's crazy, but I'd rather not use the editor creator. I'd rather not use the editor creator too. But yeah, I mean, being able to directly see the reflection of your ideas without having to you know, that's what we strive for with these editors, right? Being able to recompile it real quick. Because I probably did out of my the rest of them. I'm dead. Okay, let me close this thing. It's probably eating up all my CPU anyways. Yep, it's the dream. It's the dream. Yeah, I also had this kind of opinionated, I don't know, this idea for I want to use a lot of code generation, but I just don't want to use macros for it, because I feel like macros, no matter what you do, even if they're hygienic, even if they're they have full access to the like the AS, like like the code base, all of its information, the source, whatever. Even with that, like it can mess up like the control flow. Like it just makes it harder to reason about like what's going on, right? But I feel like it gives like a huge amount of like versatility and like possibilities with your code, but at the same time you just lose like a certain level of like understanding, especially if like you do anything serious with the macros. So like one thing I was thinking of was instead I'll have like a package system, like a module system, kind of like Python or whatever. And then there will be like specific packages that are specifically labeled for code generation, and then you'll have like nested packages or modules or whatever. And then the idea is like you'd have some main package, and then like a sister package could be labeled as the code generation package, and it'll have like a very specific API to like access it. It'll say, okay, these are the expected things. Maybe it generates this list of enums, it generates this list of whatever, and you can parse that, right? And then behind that public API is like a bunch of generated code, right? And then you could basically generate that code whenever you want to go ahead and actually view it to make sure that it's doing the right thing. But it's kind of sectioned off into its own section so that like it doesn't end up messing up the normal control flow. At some point I want to add PBR shading and Phong lighting to slash, and I could use deferred shading too, implement it to it's going to be super. Oh, for sure, dude. PBR go wild in the infinite height cubic space. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, but Blendfong is chill. You can get it in pretty fast. I guess it depends how the exact like style you're looking for. I use macros to mirror Unity serialize field behavior, literally the same. Serialize field class name variables. It only works on types that serialize. Yeah, but like what I'm saying though is like you don't even need to like use the macros for that. Like in my language, you can just directly inspect the types and like figure out like what data it is, and my other point is like the contracts that you specify. You can specify a contract that says this data is only valid within this range, and you can also specify whether some data is configurable or is not configurable, right? So that way like you could just directly reflect like how you want to modify that data. There's no extra like anything to add to it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Deferred shading is going to be super fun to implement. Basically, making a render pass with like 4 or 5 attachments to the G buffer and depth buffer, and a lighting renderer pass for the light buffer. For sure. Yeah, it sounds like you're set for PBR then. I mean, you've implemented it before, longer, so like you got it. That PBR shading will be in voxel slash in no time. Also, engine name Worm Engine. Roll the R. Worm. I can't roll my R's though. I always try to. I can never do it. I can see it though. I kind of did it in my head. It's going faster, boy. Yeah. It's like a car going by. Okay, I feel like I've been yapping for like a long time. Let me get back to the parser. It was fun yapping though. Thanks guys. I don't know. I feel like I feel like my idea for the language, I really need to like I want to make a video where I can really like properly explain the idea and kind of like maybe show like the significance, right? And also like just demonstrate like a working version. So we'll see. So it's the tokenizer, BP. Okay, this is the version of it that I have currently. There's more stuff to add here, but yeah, this is the one. Let me make sure I understand the full thing before I jump to any conclusions. So basically, you grab a literal or whatever, which I don't think I have any issues with that. And then you panic, right? So you would pass back whatever error value. Yeah, I know Rust does that. That's interesting. I don't know. What data does a gbuffer store? I haven't worked with gbuffers in like forever. Is it a geometry buffer, Blonderden? Right, yeah, some Rust code. Textures. Yeah, it's been forever since I've done this. I don't know. Like, yeah, Blonder, if you're still there, like, let me know, because I haven't been in that space in a while. Yeah, the Rust code is you know, it is what it is. It is what it is, I guess. Okay, yeah. Let me go to the deferred. Again, I haven't been to the deferred rendering and the Learn OpenGL in a while. Yeah, deferred shading. I remember he discusses gbuffer at some point. All textures used to store light relevant data for the final landing pass. Yeah, I'll put this link in the chat for you, Pedri. They kind of discussed it a little bit. You render the world into the gbuffer, and all the info is stored in the buffers. Then, when calculating lightning pass, you render to a full quad and use the gbuffer. I got you. Yeah, I want to get into PBR at some point. Yo, Dr. Elliot, how's it going, man? Yeah. Is it early over there or late for you? It's like 6 in the morning over here, so I don't know. I'm chilling though. I've been chilling with the peeps in the chat. I feel like I remember you saying that too, Zaka, at some point for rendering. 8:30. Oh, okay. I think I know what what is that called? Longitudinal line, or kind of area you're at. For sure. A lot of people who are dumb and say things because it sounds like they're smart. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know. I have no stake in this game. Actually, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people really work in rendering in the chat. Actually, I think about it. Yeah, right now I'm just doing a parse tree, Dr. Elliot. I was using this like prat parsing thing, and currently I'm having a bug where it only parses what's it called? Like 3 elements of like an expression, then it dies. So trying to figure that out. I'm dumb, but I embrace it. I feel it. wait, let's see. Is the video on the topic? It's real on lower and the message just runs super slow with massive G buffers compared to simple forward pass. Yeah, I mean, I guess situation dependent, but again, I haven't seen the numbers, so I don't know. This language is good. Yeah, I've been working on the tokenizer kind of slowly. I got the tokenizer done though, the Lexer. It's good. I'm working on the parser right now, so it's getting there. Like over time, I've been kind of figuring out some of the like how I want the language to look, and like what the goal of the language is. I kind of explained a lot of that stuff to like Pedri and like everyone who's here of like what the goal of the language generally is, but I feel like I can't properly express like this like with my words right now, like the significance of like what I feel about like what I'm doing, I guess. So I want to make a video about it at some point, like this idea, once I like get the language parsing and I've like made something with it, yeah. Yeah. Goal less C++. I feel like other languages have like hit that goal though, not gonna lie. Like yeah, there's definitely other languages that have like really hit that. Yeah, I just need like a good like time to like formulate like my words. Like I already have the idea crystallized in my head, but I need to formulate my words to kind of like express the idea. Beef. I already somewhat done it. Yeah, you like Zaka has been working on language for a while, like doing the thing, you know. Like if I have anyone to ask about like language stuff and like figure it out, it's like Zaka. if he decides to help. But yeah, that's pretty much it though. How's it going for you though, Dr. Elliot? Let the match Lexer peak. Oh yeah, I need to handle the Lexer peak thing too. I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm not gonna bother, but I'll add something like that later. Good, just hanging around. I feel it. Yeah, I've been like chilling in other people's streams too, just vibing. I haven't been on stream for like a few weeks, I think. It's been working, day job stuff, you know. Okay, wait, so we call next after. That's interesting. And then we get the right hand side. Huh, okay. Wait. Left BP is less than min BP. Okay, this is different though. Actually, let me see what number 3 says. And here we bump past the operator itself and make the recursive call to use that as the new min BP. Next consumes the operator token after the text. Yeah, like it actually moves forward, right? Properly instead of yeah. Oh, maybe that is the reason why. No, well, the algorithm is still it's still linear though. So. Yeah, if I pass back the correct index. Oh, wait a second. Is that an issue? Like I understand the distinction between like next and consume or whatever. Like I understand that, but I'm just like, I haven't had an issue or like a bug with that yet. But would that cause different? Oh, maybe it would. Yeah, it would. Could that be the issue? Okay, let me make sure that I'm doing the exact same stuff here, though. I gotta make sure it's like before I jump to conclusions. But that could be the issue. I might have to think about that. Are you still planning on writing your new engine in this language? Yeah, that definitely. Yeah. What is it called? Actually, like the idea I have right now is like basically I'm writing this compiler in C, but eventually I want to bootstrap it, and I'm hoping that a lot of the issues I have with the C code I can address using my language constructs. Like I definitely want to like a defer keyword. That would solve a lot of these like repeated stuff here. I want to have like a certain like first class like error handling system. I don't know how that's going to look, but we'll see. Hopefully that will simplify some of this code too. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna eat. 'Twas nice peeking in here. You have a good morning, good day, good afternoon, and good night. Hey, covered all his bases, man. But yeah, thanks, Petri. Thanks for sticking around. I'll see you later, man. Hope to see you again, dude. Okay, wait. So let me see what you're saying. So this loop starts by holding the left primary expression. Then when you find an operator right, forms a binary expression, which is written to the left. Yeah. I got you. So, I mean, I think I'm still following that same logic. So, I just allocate the expression like pointer, right? Because I have my linear buffers. Then I look for the left-hand operand. If not, if I can't find it, that's an error. In the Rust code, that's a panic. And right now, I just move the current index. That's like where I'm like, maybe there's a peak. I don't know. I'll see. Like a stateful thing I'm having an issue with. Then we check for the operator. That's the same as the Rust code. Here we basically create the basic like expression. I'm using like a union, right? So this is currently the union value. Compare token. Yeah, once we find an operator, we're basically committed to a binary operation. Wait. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, this is the issue. Yeah, wait, that's the issue. Never mind. Yeah. Wait, Dr. Elliot, are you still? Wait, unary operators are handled as part of the primary expression. Yeah, I think I saw the. I was reading down lower in the document. They discuss how to do the unary and everything. I'm gonna add those. I just want to get this working first. Are you transpiling to C? Yeah, I'm planning for C output. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to just go through this article because I know here it does give prefix. And like postfix binding powers. I'm gonna see if I can get it working. I also do agree that this function is way too complicated. But yeah, I'll see how to like what is it called? Like, clean it up, you know. I was looking Dr. Elliot at like LLVM, but I don't want to do it. I might try to compile to ASM just for my own learning sake, but for actual like usability, I'm just gonna do C for now, like as the actual like full pipeline. Because I heard compiling directly to ASM, like it's a lot of work, but I hear like you learn a lot. Yeah, like I feel you, Zaka. I don't think you need postfix operators too. Yeah. Yeah, I might skip that part for now. Yeah. Or yeah, I probably am gonna skip that part. I was thinking that too before. But yeah, I mean, you definitely do need the unary, the prefix ones. What is a parser? Sorry. Well, have you ever worked with like compilers or anything, or like what's like your like experience with like writing languages or coding? Like, I guess I could probably give you a better answer that way. It's Dior. Okay, wait, but actually, I think while we were talking, I did identify this is actually. I think this might be the bug. Let me see. Check for operator. So don't commit to the operator just yet. So what we'll do is we'll just store a local variable right now, stack variable. We'll figure it out later. We have the left operand and the operator. We want to do this later, this part later. But this part is immediately rewriting some stuff and yeah, causing an error. Yeah, actually, this is exactly the error. Now I'm thinking about it. This is exactly the issue. What am I doing? Because at this point you're okay. Yeah, I'm gonna store this as a stack variable. I'll say oh yeah, it's Dior. I got you. I'm gonna explain it right now. I just want to fix this real quick before I lose my train of thought. What type is this anyways? Expression type. Yeah, I think Zaka might got you though. XBR, but I'm gonna explain it too. I'll be right there. I just went here and I immediately forgot. That's crazy. Expression type. Expression type. Oh wait, I don't need to cache this. What am I talking about? I just need to cache the operand, which I believe is just a token index. Oh, it's an expression index. Good, I made the distinction. Expression index. And this bit I already have cached, right? Okay, I do. Good. So that's not necessary. I just need to move this basically. Okay, and I'm gonna move it to, at the very least, past this break. Parse expression. Yeah, at this point we should be able to pass just the left-hand operator. Okay, so this is where we create the full expression. Yeah, operator index. It's binary operation, blah, 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 blah. And then we continue. Okay. So yeah, I'm a student at programming. I might know the thing, but I don't recognize the word. Yeah, so how do I say, like, parsing is converting input data into output data. Yeah, like generally speaking, yeah. For programming languages, it converts your source code text to tree data structure. Usually parsing refers to processing text input. For example, you get a string 123 and parse that into 123 number. Yeah. And then you can do it at different levels too. Like there's like parsing is like useful in like a lot of contexts, right? A lot of different contexts, like I'm gonna say, but like generally for like compilers, what you're doing is like, say you have, actually wait, I can actually visually show you like what's going on. Yeah. And hopefully it doesn't break. Let's see. That might actually be more useful. KG lang. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot the test has a bunch of garbage in. Let's get rid of the garbage. Okay, back to this. Okay, so I failed to parse. It's unfortunate. Kilogram the length. Dang it, Saka. I can't. I'm not gonna be able to unhear that. Kilogram the language. Let me see. Okay, let me remove this. Like, this is what I'm trying to deal with right now, so I'm gonna remove it. KG lang slash test. Oh yeah, it's I could just do the. Okay, there you go. I'm sorry, it's a bunch of white text. Might be kind of hard to see. But what you're doing is basically you start with some source text, right? So this is like the source text. So this is the file. I just output it because I'm trying to like figure it out. And you can see that over here, right? Same file. You take this text, right? And then what you like parsing, like the first stages of the compiler, you have like the lexer and then you have like the parser, right? They don't necessarily need to be distinct stages. It's just really helpful to separate them into two. And semantically they do different things, but sometimes they combine them. But the basic idea is you walk through the lexer, the beginning stage. It walks through each character of the input, and it tries to figure out like what category to put that that like series of text into, right? So from this text, when you get the text, and then what it outputs from this stage is basically this list of tokens, right? So it's a list of like portions of the text that have some sort of like meaning associated with them, right? So you have like FN, right? And then it's a keyword, right? And then you have like main, right? There's the function name and it's an identifier. You have the first delimiter. You have like A as like the first identifier. It goes through each, like, you know, each piece and gives it like a meaning, right? And the second step is to basically take that string of tokens and then you parse it, right? But basically it just means like making some sort of like structure, right? It doesn't need to be a tree structure in particular, but like in this case, like it most commonly is. And it defines more like hierarchical meaning to like the list of tokens. So instead of having like just a plain flat list of tokens, you now have like a definition, and then you have like a function, and the function has what? The function has parameters, and it has like this list of parameters, right? And it also has like body statements, which my compiler is still kind of broken right now, so it doesn't really show you, but you would have a list of statements, and then it would have expressions which nest in some way, right? And it has some like return type. And basically you're able to like kind of like figure out like what structures exist, and then you can like pass this along in the pipeline to like tease out more information from the language. Yeah. By the way, your delimiter category is somewhat useless. It's better to just have parent open, parent close. Then you don't need to ever check any text strings later. Each unique punctuation character is just an enum. Each unique need to check any text strings later. Wait. So hold up. By the way, your useless. It's better to have paren open, paren close. Then you don't need to ever check any text strings later. Better to have an open, paren close. Then you don't need to ever check any text strings later. Each unique punctuation character is just an enum. Each unique. So like, are you saying like, I mean to have token enums for each character, like to have token enums for each character, like, yeah. Like having that individually, like, is kind of a waste, is what you're saying? Currently you seem to store text. Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, I don't store any text for the for any part of the like the tokens. I followed that example from I remember you showed me it was with the Zig creator when he was writing his compiler stuff. The tokens themselves. Let me see. I mean, but I do want to take what you said seriously though. Like I'm like, that's why I'm like looking at it and like trying to make sure I understand. But Lexer, let me see. Token. Yeah, like a token is just a type in an index. But I mean, maybe storing like those tokens themselves is like useless. I mean, yeah, or like having like a unique category just for those. I feel you. It might be. But yeah, basically, I just pass along the pointer. Oh, it's just printing out. That got me confused. I thought you stored token type as delimiter. Oh no, yeah. The token. So the token type, I can kind of show you the token type actually. It's kind of like a weird construct. Like, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Actually, I think it actually is in here. Oh yeah, it's right here. Yeah. So I put most of it in the invitation file. So the token type is it's like a bit mask. So I have the category and the subtype like in the same token, or like the token type is like a combination, but it's one integer. I probably could just use it like a struct. I don't know, whatever. But how do I say? Yeah. But I do have a unique category for like delimiter and like punctuation. was trying to think if I want to say anything else about it. I don't think I had anything else to say. But yeah. Okay, wait, actually the current index is past this though. I just realized that. I should make a comment here too. Return. Wait, okay, wait, actually, before I continue. Wait, let me reread what you were saying though. Somewhat useless is better to just have an open and close. Each unique punctuation. Oh, I got you. Yeah. For sure. Oh yeah, I think I'm kind of getting that from what you were saying too. Okay, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like if there is like a valid like maybe change to make to some of the categories, like that's fair. Like where I draw the lines, because the delimiter thing was super arbitrary. I just threw it in there. Let's see. Return just the left hand value. So I want to make sure that before this point, wait, actually. So at this point, what is the current index? Because yeah, we store it here, like we break and then I feel like putting this over here would be more visually makes, I don't know, whatever. I just want it to work. Yeah, so the current index that you have here is what? It's the operator here. And then at this point, it would be the start of the right-hand expression. So if I return the operator index as the next current index, yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, I just want to make sure before I. Yeah, okay, let's try it again. Let's see. But yeah, it's your. Do you plan on like working on this kind of thing, or are you just kind of curious? I know you said you were a student, so. Let's see. The index. The index situation seems complex for AST. You can just work with pointers, malloc or arena allocated. Yeah, I just didn't want to have a bunch of like pointers like pointing around. But like, yeah, I don't think there's like an inherent issue with that. Like you're saying, like I do use like malloc and like just with pointers. I just kind of figured that like just storing the indexes like I think that the complexity of this is just like allocating the expression, like as far as like I'm concerned, and then like the added complexity is making sure that you pop the expression, right? But my eventual plan is to just like once I have this bootstrapped, I'm just gonna implement a defer keyword, and then yeah, I don't have to like keep managing state like the state like this. Pointers, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much like what I have is like I basically have like storage ranges, and like which is basically just like an index and like a count, right? So those are kind of like my slices. Um, and then I just have like the individual indexes. But yeah, like the main like complication or issue that I see with this is just dealing with like freeing the expressions and making sure I don't like cause an error with that. I mean, what do you mean like managing the indexes, like indices? Like, why do you feel like that's like an issue? Because like for me, I don't really see the issue. I got you. I mean, yeah, the pointers are more direct. I guess the reason I was using the indices was just because I was following the pattern from the tokenizer, because it was really easy to do stuff with just indices with the tokenizer. Easy to mess up. I mean, I've also been trying to keep like the integers type safe. And another idea I had too was like maybe kind of like how Odin has it, maybe try to implement something like type safe integers. Or you know what I mean? So you can still kind of have that like compiler guarantee. Like the way I've been writing this is like I just been thinking of like ways I could like add features into my language so that I can bootstrap it. You know what I mean? And then like solve my problems that way. But let me think. What would be the, if I store the pointers directly? Yeah, because every time I want to access it, I have to like get access from the point. Wait, but what if I what if I do like realloc? I think that was the main issue that the indices solved. Like there's no, like if I had the pointers, then I lose pointer stability. Like I'm sure there's a solution to that, I just didn't think of one. Like basically I just allocate the memory and just store the indices to things. Wait, even if I call realloc? Or are you saying just like allocate like just a really big buffer up front and then you never have to realloc? I guess I just wasn't sure of like what the upper bounds were or what I needed for the upper bounds. How did you decide what upper bounds were like viable? I don't know, like how much memory you need for like your like when you allocate your arena or you allocate your mallet, because like right now I have like these individual mallet arrays. Like I have definition, pointer, statement, or expression, right? I allocate like a certain like arbitrary amount at the beginning for these, and then like if I reach the end, I just add more, right? And then I just pass out indices for things. So like if I was gonna do some other way to like store the stuff with malloc, whatever, like if I did an arena, I could just do like one giant allocation and then everything's sort of like kind of jumbled together. But I separated them into like individual arrays because I could do slices of arguments if I do them in a row. But if I mix the expressions and the arguments into one giant arena and allocate them in line, the slices don't end up properly. My argument is that you don't need these dynamic arrays at all. You either malloc each node. Wait, malloc each node individually? Or later on arena allocate them. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I still wanted to have like contiguous arrays and like slices. I mean, yeah, that's fair. But then how do you solve the problem of oh wait, so if you do a slice, wait, hold on. So how do you implement contiguous slices with the arena? I just don't know how to do that, like as an implementation. Or are you saying having like separate arenas for each type? Like when you say arena, I just think of like one big arena that we just keep stacking memory onto, like a typical arena, right? So we stack everything on that arena, but then data's all mixed up. So for slices, I first collect nodes into temporary array using start plus count indices to track the range. Oh, okay. So you allocate like a temporary array on the stack level, and then you arena allocate like all at once, kind of like one big transaction. Wait, did I understand that right? Like the way I said it, is that correct? Understanding? It's only needed for arrays of nodes like function parameters. Yeah, like that's kind of what I figured for like, that's why I separated parameters and arguments into separate arrays, because I realized they need to be like contiguous and separate from expressions. I was gonna put them together actually, but I just figured like why separate them. Temporary array is just a vector. It has start that returns current length. Temporary array is just a vector. Wait. Temporary array is just a vector. Temporary array is just a vector. It starts as start that returns current length and end that pops the range. Arena allocates it. Right. So temporary is just, yeah, but it's written on top of the arena, so that's where it allocates from. But temporary array is just a vector. Start. Okay. Wait. So then, as a starting point, then you replace the arena. For slices, I first collect nodes into a array. Then I arena against slice. Oh, okay. So, but like with that, aren't you basically like allocating the array onto the arena and then basically reallocating it onto the same arena once you're finally done? unless it's like a different arena. That's only needed for array of nodes like function partners, etc. Temporary arrays just a vector. That's it. Let's see. Because yeah, like if it's a vector, then you can't stack allocate it. You'd have to have the memory associated. So you would associate it with the arena, which would allocate it while you're processing it, and then you finally place it in there. Yeah, everything goes in the same arena. Temporary array uses separate std vector. The whole value is while we don't yet know the final length. I got you. Yeah, like what I was thinking. I mean, I don't know. Like what I was thinking was that like when you're parsing this kind of thing, I separate them into the individual arrays so that what is it called? Like when you're parsing, right? Like you basically start with the first argument, and then like you create the next argument, and then once you're done, everything is already contiguous in the array. You know what I mean? Like you might be processing more expressions as a part of it. You might be parsing like statements or whatever. But like once you're done with the parsing, like it would already naturally just be in the array, right? As long as they're separate, like, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. I just made up this idea, so I don't I don't know. Yeah, issues with resizing. Yeah. I mean, what was it? Like literally, like all I thought was just like, okay, just I tried to put everything into like one array and allocate it all together, and then I just found that like, okay, these two things are distinct, so I just separated them. But again, this also requires a lot of like realix and stuff. And later on, you need to carry around the state to access the IDs, which is more complex than direct pointers. Oh, okay, yeah. Which, yeah. I mean, that is a fair criticism of like index-based systems, like period, is that you have to do that. You have to carry around the state in order to access data. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Yeah. But yeah, I was thinking of like, what was it? Like the way that I access it currently, I do it through like a particular API. It is like you said, more work than just a direct pointer, but actually let me see how I do it. 'Cause I'm trying to think like if it is like because I haven't like really looked at it, to be honest. Let's see, token list get, let's see, source index. How am I doing this? I mean that's fair, yeah. Oh, do you think it might be an issue in semantic checking? Oh, maybe. Yeah. That's a good point. Wait, print definition. Hold on. The print definition, print function. Yeah, there's like specific functions you have to call to get to it. Wait, I'm trying to find like like a particular example though. Print indent. Print list head. Mm. Yeah, I'm actually not sure where I fall on that like index versus like pointer thing though, you know? Like I have been like going back and forth with that. Hmm. Wait, so how do I list token list get type from return type? The parse function. Wait, where is the print token? Okay, so token list get, you get the token, source index. Print F, get category. Yeah, because the one thing that I do like about identifiers is you're basically like guaranteed to not ever get like pointer instability. But I remember you said something about that, like where like as long as the data, because I remember you saying for this particular situation, if you have the arena, then the pointers are stable. There's no need for a realloc. Into the slice and pop from temporary. Wait. So how do you decide how big the arena should be? Which also another issue is you need to know from which AST. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you have to like if you're doing it for multiple files, you have to like look at its AST. Right, a pointer could just directly access it, huh? And you have to like have that context with it. That's a good point. That's a good point. Wait. So how much memory do you like allocate for your arenas though? Like when you start up the application? Yeah, when you're going from different files, you have to. No, that is a really good point. That is a really good point. Arena is growable. It starts at 4K page, doubles up to 2 megabytes. For sure. Oh, okay. So you basically do like a virtual alloc with it for I mean on Windows you do like a, you get the page and then you set it up so that it what is it called, the resize thing with virtual alloc, so that you reserve like a certain amount of data for it. Hmm. Oh. Wait, but how do you guarantee that it's resizable though? Or is that like a REST implementation thing? Let me see. Okay, so page size. What's that one? Offset raw does resize. Each block points to previous block. So it uses malloc. Oh. Okay, wait. Let me try to understand. So you have the arena intern. So this is the arena. Uses SG malloc. This goes from 19. Okay, page arena. Wow. Implementation arena. Okay, so this is assuming the instruction. Previous. You said each block points to the previous block. Wait, so what is a block like semantically? It's just data layout. Is it like a page basically? I like layout. Yeah. And then previous block. Arena is just some offsets with the block. Phantom data? Oh, a block is an array of bytes in a heap. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wait, no. I think I get what you're saying. So is it kind of like a linked list of memory blocks? And then like they're not are they necessarily contiguous? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, it's like a single A linked list. Okay. Wait. So is the memory necessarily contiguous? I mean, it's pulling the memory from the heap, right? So it just grabs whatever the heap, whatever malloc gives back to you, right? I mean, the pages are contiguous, right? So it's just, and you go to the next page, right? So yeah, and if you allocate your memory in like a predictable way, it should be more or less contiguous, right? I mean, I guess that just depends on your operating system, right? Or the context. Okay. How? Oh, well, yeah, I guess that's, yeah. I had a question, but I answered it in my head. Allocate raw. Okay, so allocate raw. Get the line of self.grow. Layout size, unsafe let. Grow mem usage. Okay. Okay. So it's a linked list of pages. I think I get the like the gist though, is that like you're basically keep making a linked list of these blocks, which is like a set amount of memory, right, in the heap. Yeah, you just link them together, and then that creates the pointer stability. but the memory is not necessarily contiguous. But that's not maybe that's not really that important for like. And then the way I'm doing it, I'm basically just reallocating into the heap. My memory is contiguous, but I gotta keep reallocating memory every other time. This way, you just all you have to do is just allocate another block and then just link the list. Yeah, like that. That's not the like the pain point of it. When you have like you have a lot of memory. For sure. Do you have like I was wondering that like generally speaking when you're coding Zaka, like do you use indices in situations, or like do you mostly try to stay with like slices and try to use like stable pointers for things? Because I'm kind of thinking about this from like a language design thing too on my part. Like I know sometimes they solve different problems better, but like what do you generally use or try to use? So do you ever have any use? I mean, like not just the compiler, but like for your other applications, like do you ever use indices, or you try to stay away from those? Oh, okay. So you do have situations where like indices do like make sense, yeah. You know, when you allocate fixed block sizes. Put them on an array and all together from the vector into the arena, and that keeps them contiguous. Yeah, because I'm thinking like eventually I don't know if the realloc is gonna get super expensive. I guess the only way to like figure that out is to like profile it, but then of course like there's the integer consideration, right? Having to use the ergonomics of using integers versus pointers and carrying around that context all the time. And then when you said that thing where you have to have like a integer plus the context of which file it came from, like that's a good point. That is a good point. The most practical idea is to use malloc for nodes that you refer to by pointer. Later can switch to arena. Right, because you could just switch out the underlying like where it's pointing to. Not all things in AST need a pointer, only where in direction is required. Right. Is required to not have infinitely sized structs where EXPR has another experience sized. Yeah. Like you couldn't like you'd have to have pointers for that. It's not like it just doesn't make sense like semantically to put that together. I feel that. I wonder. Or what do I want to ask? No, there was an article that I was reading. Let me see, but where is it? TLDR, my recommendation is to malloc your nodes at first, then remove those arrays and index handling. Yeah, I'm really trying to decide if I want to switch right now. Like if I want to keep what I have right now or switch. I kind of want. Wait, hold on, my voice getting bad. All right, back. Let's see. Keep systems arrays. Safe as long as allocating. But if you can guarantee that through a system, then lower 10 bits of use. Oh, okay, yeah. So that is the big, like, I guess, benefit of like handles, is that they can be used across what is it called? Like network, or like over situations where like the application ends and application starts again, right? But if you're running through a compiler, that information is only needed for the actual compilation. This article doesn't apply because of issues of multiple context structs existing per file. Well, I mean, the fact that there is multiple context structs existing per file makes it more complicated, right? To access the file, it's not impossible, but you could do it. It's just it just makes it like harder to access. Yeah, I think I was looking at this because I was like, oh yeah, handles, like they can be used across these things, but this doesn't necessarily apply in this case. So I'm like, this is not really that helpful. Yeah, this is just generation counters. No one cares about generation counters right now. There's no application to this. Each type of handle. outside the system should not even need to access. Yeah, direct. Yeah, no, the. I guess I'm just trying to think about like, is there any situations where where handles might be useful? But yeah, I suppose not really. Yeah, yeah, um I guess like what I'm trying to think about is like what are the benefits and drawbacks of like, you know what I mean? Like the pros and cons, right? I'm trying to like weigh my options. But yeah, like for things like UI or games it's good. Like or networking or whatever, you know, it's great, right? Yeah, it like handle these benefits definitely apply in those situations, but yeah, the compiler is not necessarily a benefit. It's just kind of like mm. Yeah, and if I'm providing the ASD for like an LSP server or something, like you would just have that context that you point. Like you would still need the whole context. You wouldn't just parse part of it. You need the information. So yeah, there's no inherent benefit of like handles over pointers in that case. Yeah, it would make the code more simple that way. So I could just return the pointers instead. Yeah, and you just malloc the vector and then create it, and it simplifies that allocation code. And it could just be a yeah. No, yeah. Like I don't have end-to-end connections to tokens, for example. End-to-end connections to tokens, for example. Only store relevant text ranges. Oh, so you don't store a reference for all the tokens all the way through the pipeline. You just store like parts you need. Yeah, because you might not want to have everything allocated all the time throughout the whole lifetime of the compiler. That's a good point, yeah. I don't store token ID. I store text range for ASD nodes where I might need like names. To get better end-to-end connections. I got you. Okay. No. Okay, I got you. I'll keep them per page size then. Hmm. No. It's. I'm. I'm just being like quiet and thinking because I'm really thinking about it. I'm like really like. I'm really thinking about it because I mean like I could easily change it right now if I wanted to. You know, like, um, and if I'm honest with myself, the only real reason I kept the index thing was just because it was so convenient at the beginning of the compiler for the tokenizer. One thing I was wondering though, like that's true too. Yeah, yeah. You know, there was like a thing that I was looking at, like, mhm. Or I mean, with the reality thing, that could also just be a separate issue. That's not that doesn't necessarily relate to what is it called? It doesn't necessarily relate to like the memory issue because like I could just underlying the actual like memory arrays. I can still keep them. Like, I guess they'll just underlying just make them call like the malloc with the blocking thing. But you don't get the benefits. I mean, now you have stable pointers, but like I'm still using indices. So sad people don't watch good content like this. Well, thanks for saying that, Sammy. I appreciate it. Although I will say I don't know if this is the most compelling content. I'm kind of just like stewing right now in my brain. How's it going though, Sammy? How's it doing? Or yeah, how's it going? Yeah. You won't know if you like it until the next stage of the compilation. Currently, nobody uses the AST besides your printer. True, yeah. Yeah, you know that's a good point. I'll see how I'll see how bad it is at the AST at like the type semantic checkpoint and whatnot. Yeah, because you do have to maintain all the state and just have these mallocs. Okay, wait. So separate, like kind of separate issue though. Like related. I heard that Odin has type safe like indexes or integers that like are able to like refer back to like their context, or I don't know. I remember hearing about that. I don't know if it like has like a handle kind of thing. Is it enumerator? I don't know. I just heard about it. I don't know if you're like familiar with Odin, but I heard they had some sort of like distinct integers, I guess. I don't think that necessarily solves this issue. You still need to pass around the context and whatnot, but it does make like types of integers. Oh, okay, it's just the way they do type def. Okay. I have a channel like this, only 4 subs. I mean, are you trying to grow it, Sammy? Like, is that like a goal of yours? Like, I really only have like one video, like you know, like big video on my channel. It's kind of like where 90% of my stuff was on. I had like streams I used to do earlier, but I'm honestly not super happy with the state of the channel, to be honest. Or like my channel anyways. It's just their way to do type def, and they don't auto typecast, right? So it's basically like a distinct type, or at least the compiler will like yell at you basically, but it's just an integer. Yeah, like a strong type alias on it. Yeah, it's gonna be like we try to like assign it to something else. It's like a enum class versus like just an enum in C++, right? I do want that though in my language. I want distinct integers. Would be nice. Still doesn't solve any of these issues. I thought maybe that had some like solution to like integer problems, but it literally does not. And I'm like, why would it anyways? Now that I'm thinking about it. Okay. So just I guess just to summarize, just from my own understanding, right? Like, if you can guarantee pointer stability, pointers give you better and quicker and less like context-filled access to like data, right? But the downside is that like the pointers are only valid within that like that executable or whatever, like during the lifetime of the program, right? So there are those obvious trade-offs, right? Yeah, like and it's already like strongly aliased, right? I mean, of course you can still null pointer yourself, but in other languages, like you don't have to null pointer yourself. It could still be like like a non-nullable reference. But if you really need like consistency across like maybe like across like different boundaries, if you need it to like persist across like usages, then you might need integers. Yeah, like use optional like yeah, so essentially just get like a reference that can be like checked from the return value, right? And then also that's nice because it kind of forces you to like, I mean, I know Zig really forces you to handle the errors like at the site. Rust has like the match statement right on top of the, or you can do the match statement from the optional or the results or option. Yeah. In Rust, option uses 8 bytes, same as normal, due to memory layout tricks. Right. I mean, I'm assuming it's just a union, right? Oh wait, well, I mean, it's a pointer. Okay. Well, I actually option of reference T. Okay, actually, no, never mind. I was thinking option of two different things. A reference T, I don't understand. Never mind. Like what is it called? What I said earlier was I was thinking of option with two different types. It was a union. Okay, so if I do a block, I could just make a basic arena using stable pointers. Wait, what about the Zig compiler? I'm kind of curious what they did. Do they have the code base available or not? Move to Codeberg. I'll do it as distinct steps. Semantic analysis, ECU, compilation, error. It's the code gen itself. Where is the parser? They use nodes with the same layout and crazy data packing into U32s. Okay. And nodes are stored in flat arrays. You said crazy data packing into U32s, like the what is it called? Like a whole bunch of bit packing of different state and stuff. But they're essentially using integers for everything. So they basically just went far down the route that I'm doing. Tracy. Oh, air.zig. It's called air. Legalize. What? Oh. What are the folders for? I wonder. This data is produced by semantic and consumed by cogen. Wait. Produced by air and consumed by cogen. Unlike ZR, whereas one instance of source file, each function gets its own air instance. Okay, yeah. AIR is process code. The structure is similar. I feel like I heard that distinction before. I mean, did they coin their own thing, or is it? I remember I was reading a compiler book, and I remember there's like two types of two general types of intermediate. You can have like the one that's more tree-like, and the one that's more like assembly-like. Oh, it's Zig IR. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but I didn't know if it had like a name or something. Zig IR. Okay. Wait, what is AIR then? It's its own AIR instance. Each function gets. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. What is the symbols list? Oh, they don't have symbol list for Zig. That's mean. Struct data. Can I search it in this file? What if I could just open it? Data is equal to struct. Okay, wait, so we said data. Wait. Did it not open? Can I open this with open a notepad? Yeah, data is probably not very helpful. Let me see. Struct data. You said data is equal to struct. So data is equal to struct. Oh, try data is equal to struct. Okay. That's a. Really? Wait, what? Or do you know what line number it is? If you have it on your thing. I'll just scroll down for a bit. After inst. Okay, inst. In the middle somewhere. Okay. So we are giant enum. Gigantic enum. Must either reference to a value stored giant enum, reference to index. You said after inst. Oh, 12. How did I pass it? 1200 inst. Oh, data is equal to union. Okay. All instructions have an 8-byte payload, which is contained within this union. Tag determines which union field is active, as well as so it's a tag union basically. Yeah. Have 8-byte payload. Their packing is tag plus payload. So data union of these. Oh. Oh yeah, I think I heard because I was watching a talk from him, the creator, saying that everything can be stored on disk, and he was saying like, oh yeah, I could just use like one, like I forget the system call he was talking about. He's able to like store it and then pull it back up. Yeah. Oh, we talked about that before, for sure. But yeah, that is much more complicated to like orchestrate. I can already tell. Ref. Just contained within this union. Okay. Put your things into parts for no reason, just to fit. This is where you just split your things into parts for no reason, just to fit in the chosen node size, but it is fast. Wait, split your thing into parts. Interesting. Robert with one user, Mike is. Yeah, I got you. Interesting. So wait, what? Oh yeah, you said it was zig. It's ZIR and then, or was it AR then? Wait, let me see. Let me go back to what you said. So ZIR is their syntax tree, and AIR is processed code. So AIR is kind of like the what is it? Yeah. So AIR is before. So if AIR, then it gets fed into ZIR. Do they have the Lexer here? Where's the Lexer? Or do they have like a token list or anything? Oh. Oh, no. Okay, wait. For sure. So ZIR is after parsing. And then AIR is the semantically checked version. For sure. Need the context with it. Let's do that. Right. To get it to go faster. Yeah, I heard he was doing like a big rewrite. 36,000 commits. I just saw that when I glanced over. He's ooh, for sure. Well, I mean, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is doable with the indexes. I think I'm gonna stick with the indexes for now. And then I might transition over to the pointers. Maybe when I'm doing the type checking. I'll see how annoyed I get with working with the indexes. But I've never thought of that like blocking thing with the heap, and then like what is it called, to make stable pointers. Yeah, I feel like before this point, I think I read that article before, and I was like, oh yeah, like why don't I just use indexes for everything? But after you mentioned like the benefits of like pointers and slices, I'm like maybe I should focus more on that then. Yeah. Currently, I'm only working on one file, so it's not super painful. But when I get into like multiple files, I'm gonna have to like somehow maintain the state of like which file each index comes from. I don't know if that means I'm gonna have to like store the file index, something along with the and then have like an accessor function just for that. That's probably what I have to do. Yeah. I also read that article, started making it, and realized how awful the access pattern is in related to help. Oh, really? So like you went through this. Okay. Yeah. Like there would need to be some way to index the files, and then you need to store that information with the reference, and you need to have the context and know how to get to each one. for everything. Yeah. And that would need to get passed into every single function. Hmm. But some things like constant expressions can spill out. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I f- yeah, I feel like I might need to go through it and then feel the pain myself, and then like yeah. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I need to get the language like through and then see where the pain points hit me. Yeah, because yeah, right now it's really easy because it's just the parser. I mean, what you call it? I feel like at this point I'm kind of just steering away from C++, like period. I don't know. I just had like a moment where I was like, I'm like so tired of C++ and like the idiomatic way of doing certain things. It was just killing the hell out of me. Yeah. Right, right. I mean, I feel like it's even worse because I'm doing this in C, not C++. That's why I'm kind of hoping I can bootstrap as fast as I can. I mean, because I know in C++ like it's convoluted and crazy, but at the very least, it like I don't know. Like I feel like C on big projects gets kind of scary. Wait, what's the dark side? Actually, I feel like it could be any of the three. STD colon colon. STD colon colon. No, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see. Yeah, I'm hoping to use the compiler as like a good way to design the language. Hopefully, I can solve a lot of the issues of the compiler with my language. Yeah, I don't want to use any library or any stuff for the compiler, so that I should be able to I should be able to bootstrap it pretty fast. I think there's only certain calls that I really need um, to call like underlying C code. Yeah, I mean, really all I need is the malloc and the realloc at the moment, and then just some sort of like logging. But I could abstract that over like the OS and just call it from C, or I could just call printf from C and call it a day. That actually is an option. until I find a better logging solution. I don't know. FFI is easy. You just have functions without a body, and those try to link with C. Oh, wait, what is FFI? What does that stand for? Because actually, that was a whole part that I was actually kind of confused about. Maybe you can kind of like the actual linking from my language into like C. Okay, yeah. Foreign function interface. Yeah. So that was a part that I've been thinking about, but I didn't really know where to start with. For like, I mean, I assume that since I am transpiling to C, I'm already sort of at an advantage, right? For at least for linking with C libraries. I know Zig has this thing where you can kind of like translate C functions directly into like Zig functions or something like that, and then just call them. I know for other languages you have to like do a whole like kind of ritual to get it working, like C++ with all of its stuff. In your language, you have fn function do something from C. Yeah, with no body means compiler will try to link that symbol in some library. Oh, okay. So is that like a user-facing thing, or is that just something from my backend I would do? Like the user should be able to like define it with no body, and then you just link the library. Like I'm assuming that's how you would like link to like something like what is it? What's that one called? The framework everyone uses for. I mean, I guess just anything, right? It's a library, but what's that one that Odin links to, and they always like tote? Raylib, yeah. Yeah, like that's the semantics, right? Like the semantics is if you define something, yeah, like you know, yeah, like a header, P split, you know. I mean, I'm not gonna do that in my language, but like you define it with no, and that means it's linked somewhere else. That's the semantics. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, they do dash instead of body blocks. Okay. Is there a specific way to link to like C++ libraries, or is it, or like have you? I'm assuming you've used it with C, but I don't know. How you done FFI with any other languages, or have you bothered? Yeah, I've heard C++ is more complex. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like like checking with you. I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Fair. Ooh. All right, but yeah, I think it's my time to get some rest. I'm probably gonna hop off. It's getting close to my sleep time. Ooh, only C is required for my needs. I had to manually handle Win64 ABI and L. Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about with LLVM. I heard there is like a C backend for LLVM, but it's not super documented. Right, right. Yeah, like for me, if I have C backend, I can just link directly to it, or just call the function, as long as I link the library. I got you. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you were. I mean, yeah, because you got LLVM working with the language. Yeah. You met the FFI. I got you. I got you. I mean, I'm kind of familiar with that with like C sharp. I remember I had to do a lot of that, uh, marshaling the data when translating from C to C++ to C sharp. It's like a whole bunch of rules. Not too bad, but at least C sharp like emits a lot of the information. I assume C++ is just a mess. If struct is less than or equal to 8 bytes, it must be passed as an integer. Oh, well. I had to manually cast and load everything to my FFI working at all. I got you. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, again, I don't think I'm going to use LLVM at all. I think I'm just going to do C output for the main compiler, and then I might try to do like writing directly to like assembly for like certain platforms. But I just want to do it just to like learn it, not really to like maintain it. Because I just heard that you're able to learn a lot from doing that. But yeah, well, I appreciate that you think it's a good idea. That gives me some more confidence in it. But yeah, I think I'm gonna head off though. Time to get some rest. What is it called? Yeah, I don't know if anyone's watching on. I haven't checked my stream stuff in a second. Let me check it real quick. I don't know if anyone else is lurking. No. I mean, yeah, I'm about to say it's on topic, dude. Like, you're good. Like, yeah, this is what this is for. Okay, so I guess I have another lurker. I don't know on YouTube though. Let me see. Okay, we got one. I don't know if the one is just like a pity one for me. Well, to the extra 1 or 2 lurkers watching, thanks for hanging out and chilling. Yeah, thanks Zaka for hanging out. I do appreciate you. Yeah, I think that's it for me though. I'm gonna get some rest, get some sleep. I might see if I can finish seeing if this if I finish this parser, at least like just get it to like stop throwing me an error at least. And then I'll probably stop for today. But if I don't get it fixed in like 2 minutes, I'm just gonna like 10 minutes, I'm gonna go to sleep. But yeah, I guess that's it. Till next time. I might stream tomorrow. I'll see. Yeah, I'll see. I have the next few days off from work, so I might. Yeah, all right. Later.